What's going on, everybody? Ghost Cursed Hunger, what's up, what's up? Harrison's here, Biggie Cheese, Shadow Wolf. What up, Shadow Wolf? What is PTR? PTR is Public Test Realm. It is a testing build of what's to come in the next update. Exclamation PTR in chat will get you a link to what's going on. Let's see if we can't get some game going here. So I left off. What's up, Whoops Jr., Mike Pro, DJ Bond? What up? What up? Oh, and for those of you who play Dungeon Defenders 1, there's a really good event started. You're going to want to check the DD1 forums. I'll be participating in it for sure. Ghost, what up? What up? So where did we leave off? Okay, we left off going into Act 3 of Hard Mode. So I guess we'll just jump right on in. We'll start off right here in the Arcane Library. I don't really have a goal to get to today, but I'd like to get as close to Massacre as possible today. Not sure how realistic that's going to be. I got some coffee, I got some tea, and I've got an energy drink. So, I mean, bear with me. The caffeine ain't in there yet, but it's working on it. Sith Phil, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Anyway, here we go. Arcane Library. Let's do it to it. I'm kind of curious to see what. I'm sure they're going to have a pre-PTR update or an update mid-PTR. I'm anxious to see what they do though. All right, let's see. What do we got to start? We got 500. I think we might get a little DST action going on this one. Not positive. Cannot overlap. Oh, there we go. 340. These little baby R's. You fully upgraded a fused minigun that dropped, only 17 upgrades, and was shredding. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you upgrade any weapon early game like that, it's going to just obliterate. I mean, that's the thing, is the Goblin Mech is going to go down without those upgrades early game. But the more the merrier, right? The more the merrier. Let's go something like that just to get through the first wave here. You actually use so much DU on a map like this prior to getting some decent range stat on these auras. Oh, it's never a waste of gold, man. Gotta remember, too, never be afraid to spend your gold, because the gold you get as you progress through, like, the gold I'm getting on hard mode right now is, like, literally nothing compared to the gold I'm going to get on Insane, which is nothing compared to the gold I'm going to get on Nightmare, etc., etc. So you're not actually wasting anything. Saving up your gold super early game has got its benefits, but it's a limited amount of benefits, you know? Let's see, and we want to go traps. Let's go something like that right there. We're going to go proper CC build here and hope for the best. Actually, I got that gas trap up a little too far, I think. We'll put this one back a little further. And what's that going to leave me? That leaves me 32. Now, what kind of range do I have on DSTs right now? Not great, but not awful either. I might put a couple of DSTs over here, because this is... I know this is like the main ogre lane. Oh, you know what? Let's do this instead and get our explosive traps and everything buffed. No, this is the PTR Casper. So they didn't necessarily update the new player experience, but several defenses got changed. As you can see, traps and harpoons were the main two for me personally. So, like, not so much now, but going into insane mode, I'm going to be using a lot of harpoons. The experience itself didn't get changed though, but towers being changed, of course, affects the experience. Basically, I wanted to play through without using Warden or Proton beams. That's the TLDR. The Warden and Proton beams are so OP early game, and if you're brand new to the game, use the Warden defenses and Proton beams. It's just going to make life real easy on you. But I wanted to look at what if you didn't use those, you know? And so far, so good. It's been pretty smooth sailing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe I've lost a map yet. We've gone through what we jumped right to hard mode. So we did medium, deeper well, then switched it over to hard mode. We did a hard mode, Ancient Mind Survival, and now we're playing through the rest of the campaign. And then we'll move on to insane mode, of course. And, you know, the initial goal, let's see, what do we got left? We got 9 left. What do we want to do at 9? Well, I mean, we can throw some walls around because why not? Get a little just in case up in here. Just in case. Let's see. That leaves us 5. You know what? Let's get all uppity with him and put in a rage aura over here. See if we can piss them all off. Well, wisps, the general rule, like when you very first start the game, you're level 1, right? The most powerful thing in the game is proton beams. Additionally, you have no flying enemies when you very first start. So proton beams just shred. Not only are they the most powerful thing in the game, but they actually counter every enemy. When you get to level 20, which will just take a few maps, you're going to unlock the buff beam. By that time, you're also going to unlock or have enough skill points to put in where you're going to be able to increase the range on your Warden defenses. That is going to make the Warden defenses start to really, really take over. And the deal with wisps is they hit really hard by default. So, like, your very first points should, without doubt, go into the range. And then the more you upgrade them, the more range value you get, and they just get extremely powerful. They're actually powerful all the way through the game, up until getting to the very last map, the Keep. Their potential falls off a little bit on the Keep with the big scale up. Oh, protons are like, throw them down and go make a sandwich. I mean, they're strong, strong, strong. Right, do we need to bother with upgrades? I mean, I don't even think we need to bother, really, to be honest. Let's just let it fly. Well, I can upgrade this buff beam, because it's always a smart idea to upgrade your buff beam, right? Come on, Mr. S'mores. Get owned. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Protons for the win. Prior to Well, really, I mean, prior to Nightmare Mode, Protons are just a huge, huge, powerful addition to your build. The other benefit is prior to getting buff beams in early game, you don't get a whole lot of value out of the other stats on the EV. So you can just dump everything into power, which makes the Proton beams just really, really hit hard. I mean, you know, they're crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. DD2 will never get massive reworks like that. Ghost Curse, that's not realistic in any way. You got to take what you get in DD2 right now. Don't have any expectations for anything else. And then you'll never be upset. Oh, no doubt there, Bipolar. That's... I mean, those of you who watch my channel know that's my main complaint. They basically trivialized loot in DD2. It's no longer a thing. It's grind the number on the screen for values that don't matter the majority of the time. You know? It's a bummer. But, you know, it is what it is. It's still a fun game. It's a great game, you know? Let's see. Well, we're actually at wave 5 now. Let's just let it fly since we're just shredding. Kind of silly to sit here messing around. I'm tempted to throw a couple of ups on this before I get to the dragon. But, I mean, we'll see what other weapons drop. I know this weapon is going to be like tickle damage against the dragon. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's free-to-play game. They have to do that. Make it miserable to achieve something that you can get instantly with real money. That's the Dungeon Defenders 2 monetization model, sadly. You gotta remember, it wasn't game developers that made that game. It was a bank telling game developers what to do. That's where that... the systems that people don't like in DD2, that's where it came from. Get wrecked, all you mages. Oop, you too. Yeah, they fixed that a while ago. The public matches. I don't think it's fixed on the Switch yet, but that update has gone out everywhere else. It may actually be fixed on the Switch. I'm not positive, to be honest. I may actually, that DD1 event, I may actually host it, because it requires playing a public match. So make sure you're in my Discord if anybody's interested in that. But you get to pick how the events, the rewards work is you pick the 3 event items that you would want the most. And depending on how many other folks pick those, you have a chance of getting them. I need to put out a video on my thoughts on these changes in the update. Some of them are really, really good. Some of them I feel like need a little bit more work. But like the smart targeting on upgrades and repairs for traps and auras is ridiculously good. They did a great job. Oh, the map is over. What the hell am I doing? Good lord. Good lord. All right, here we go. We got some pooning opportunities here, I believe. We gonna poon them, y'all. We all gonna poon them. See what we can do to start it, though. We got a truckload of DU on this map. Every time there, it's all good. I just, you know, you get into that, into the motions where you're just, you know, well, let me move this back, actually. Move these back to, like, here. You get into the motions where you're just playing and watching chat. I think runes whack like shards, yeah. I got pretty mixed emotions on the runes. I mean, it's going to depend on the implementation, right? Let's go there. And then we'll go here. And hopefully that leaves me enough for some poons, which it looks like it will. Actually, I need to go down here too, huh? Actually, I can drop a poon in right now. We pooning and don't even know it. Etheria seems to have a problem with getting attacked by ancient evil. Very true. Very true. Runes are what's coming in the episode... Oops, shoot. I forgot to switch. Runes are what's coming in the episode 2 update. It's going to add some more diversity on builds. Well, of course Rogue can repair and upgrade. Every character can repair and upgrade. You couldn't have it so a character can't repair and upgrade. That just wouldn't make any sense at all. I mean, I don't put it past them putting things in the game that make no sense at all, but all right, let's see what we can do. Let's see. We want what? We want 1 or 2 poons. Let's see how much we have enough DU for. Let's go 2 poons there. Let's go 2 poons here. You can still repair on console. The abilities overlap all weird, but you can still do it. Remember, I've played on all the consoles, y'all. You know what? Do we have flyers on this one? There's none there yet. I can't remember if hard mode has flyers on this map. Let me just put that one like that, just in case. Oh, out of juice. Yeah, on controller, with a controller, it's about tapping or holding the button. It's for me, it was really hard to get used to. Once I got used to it, it was fine. It's either tapping or holding. I'm not 100% positive, but I think when Phil, the Chromatic developer, plays games, I believe he plays games with a controller. So with that in mind, hopefully maybe the controller is made to feel a little bit better in the future. Oh, we got truckloads of DU. What was I even worried about? I don't know. I mean, that would be more of a visual bug, I think, than anything else. Like, it doesn't happen on all machines and all platforms. It's something hardware related. So, I mean, I want them to fix the gameplay. I don't care about the visual stuff, personally. I want the gameplay to be better and longer. You know, give me more replay value out of it. Is what I personally would hope for. Now, you know, I mean, ideally they fix everything, but realistically, not sure how realistic that is. All right, let's see. What do we want to do? Let's get a gas trap there just in case anything does creep up to the poons. Poot up poons. We got 6 left. I guess we might as well go. Well, if I get a gas trap in the middle, it's not going to do anything. You know what? Let's do this. Yeah, it's not there. Arcane. Right, let's get it. Gotta remember, it's not a DD1 remake, so although it looks like a DD1 remake, it's not a DD1 remake, so things from DD1 are not in DD2. The maps are all reused. Or not all, but a large portion of the maps are reused. Or did I say DD2? You guys know what I mean, DD1. It's not a DD1 remake. But if they would have, oh man, that would have been glorious. I think DD1 is a game that's loved enough that it needs a remake. Oh, that's not Summit. That's Endless Spires. They're chaotic. I thought you meant the Easter egg on the Summit from DD1. Elemental Pink, what's up? What's up? How is things today, y'all? It is hotter than shit here in Washington today. The next 4 days. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are going to be brutal, brutal, brutal. I personally like the art style more in DD2 out of all the DD games. But, you know, I mean, there's no wrong answer there. Everyone's got their favorite style. I just think DD2, the art style, is just really, really nice. It's the best part of the game, to be honest. The art style. People confuse that with the graphics quality. Like a lot of DD2 players say, why does DDA look so bad if it's on a new engine? It doesn't look bad. If you look at the details, it's like night and day, way, way better than DD2. It's just the art style in DD2 is so much more enjoyable. There's several new updates coming, Crispy. There's one, a pre-Episode 2 update. That's what we're testing right here. That's on this build of the game currently. And then there is the Episode 2 update, which will be here by the end of the year. Oh, dude, you are so far off on that one, Agony. DD1 has gotten night and day way more content than DD2. You can't call Onslaught mode content. You're grinding the same 21 maps over and over and over and over and over again. Just because it's got 1,000 floors does not make it content. DD1 has a truckload of things to grind for. Tons and tons and tons of loot. I mean, there is a ridiculous amount of hours to be played in DD1. And there's far more maps, far more challenges, far more game modes. Don't confuse content with grind. No one will disagree with you about DD2 being a grindy mofo. That's one of the things that's really missing, Elemental Pink. The thing that makes DD1 so special is the rare loot was so rare and then so good Well, it's not a matter of they won't let. It's a matter of they don't have the technical capabilities at the moment, Frank. I think they would love to see mod support for DDA. I know that Ice, for one, is a big fan of community modding, and he has a lot of say in what happens with the games. Not that I know of, as far as a DD1 graphics mod. I mean, there was visual improvements made in the Redux mod. But it's not like a complete rework. They'll make it the same way. The Barbarian's been kind of a broken powerhouse in every Dungeon Defenders game to date. So there's no doubt it will be a broken powerhouse in DDA as well. I'm surprised that with all the balance changes in DD2, they never did anything about the Barb. It just shows the focus, you know? But yeah, as far as mod support, I mean, I don't think it's coming anytime soon. Because remember, that's a big technical hurdle. Getting a... Like, with Unreal 3 in that era when DD1 was made, them getting that Dungeon Defenders development kit put together was much easier. Doing that in this day and age, I think is going to be much more difficult. I'm not sure how many episodes, DJ. I think based off of the old way, it was... God dang it, we're at the end again. Somebody needs to tell me, you're at the end of the map, dumbass. There's no big plans like that yet. They don't know what the finished product is going to be yet, Archaic. But yeah, anyway, originally I think it was fair to say they were planning for 4 episodes, but then the game started getting shit all over, you know? I think the smartest move for them at this point is to go away from the episodes and not do the episodic content. I mean, they got to get episode 2 out, right? And it's, from what it seems like, it's a large portion of it is already done. But after episode 2, I personally think they should change their format. Give us more frequent, smaller updates. Speak louder for the people in the back. Did I go quiet on y'all? Okay, element. Louder. Did you hear that? If you could hear that. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm not in charge of the design direction, or do I have any influence or pull? Oh, 0 dots there. Elemental ping. I mean, I would rather have an update giving one hero in one map every couple of months than have an update giving 4 maps and 2 heroes once a year. I think Sky City was a challenge for lots of players. Okay. Let's see, what do we want to do? We want traps. I'm so anxious to try and insane mode our trap spawn camp. So anxious. Final challenge was the console not crashing. It's fair. Let's see. We still got a lot of mana. Let's keep building, I guess. I mean, do we even need the walls? I mean, it's better to be safe, I guess. Better to be safe than sorry. That's what my mama always said. Yeah, they're definitely way better shape. They're still not perfect. If they left them, you know, and don't... if there's any chromatics watching the stream, hold your ears right now. Hold your ears, chromies. Don't listen to what I'm about to say. Father Nate, what's up, man? If they left traps where they are right now, then they're going to have to nerf Warden defenses to bring things closer to balance. Because they are in much better shape right now, but they're nowhere near as good as Warden defenses. Okay, you can unblock your ears now, chromies. Alright, we got an assload of DU left. What do you want to do? Well, we need some buff beams. I mean, this is a campaign map. I'm probably going to just smoke it. I don't know why I'm going all out, but I always feel like it's just more fun to go all out than it is to do minimal builds. It's not a matter of clearing the content. It's a matter of having balance in the game, Max. It's a farm game. Everybody's going to clear the content. Restar, what up, what up? It's a game of collecting. Like, if your goal in Dungeon Defenders Awakened is to clear all the content, you're going to get very little overall playtime out of the game. It's a game of collecting. That's what Dungeon Defenders 1 was. That's what DDA should be, in my opinion. So add lots and lots of rare loot for us to collect. Cool stuffs and things. That's the joy of Dungeon Defenders games, you know? Now, DD2 is not like that. DD2 is grind the number on the screen. And that's what makes DD2 different. Now, that doesn't make DD2 a bad game. But DDA is supposed to be capturing more of the DD1 feel from their initial goals. Struggling with Nightmare Rifted Throne Room? Well, try doing it without carrying your friend. And then bring your friend in. Tell your friend to get good and help. Well, I mean, DD2 is pretty easy to understand. It's just you got to realize there's a million confusing things in the game that are all shit. So just do the 5 things that are good, and all of DD2 becomes completely trivial. But yeah, the first challenge should always be completing it solo. Once you complete it solo, then think about carrying your friends. Well, no, I'm not talking about metas. I mean, every game does have metas. I'm talking about just the amount of purely useless shit in DD2. There's, like, they could realistically eliminate 60% of all the shards in the game, and no one would care. They could eliminate 70% of all the mods in the game, and no one would care. You know, it's just, there's a huge... It's not a matter of something being meta and being slightly better. It's a matter of the game is full of absolute trash. And it's an impossible task to go through and balance all that, you know? All right, we still got a buttload of DU left. What do we want to do? Well, I mean, I think the obvious choice is to get poons. Poons. Poons everywhere. We don't need no stinking reflect beams. Famous last words. We don't need no stinking reflect beams. Oh, I never put a wall? Yeah, I did. Well, I mean, it's past that, because remember, it is a business, and they have bills to pay. So, one of the big challenges with the Dungeon Defenders universe is people just don't grasp, you know? There's a large divide between many DD1 players and DD2 players, and DD2 players and DDA players, and DD1 players and DDA players. People are very, very toxic quite frequently about the other games. And the answer is, if you want there to be more content for DD2, then DDA has to do better financially. If you want there to be more content for DDA, then DD2 has to do better financially. All the money goes into the same bank account. You know? So, I mean, if all of the Dungeon Defenders games, DD1 included, are making money, then all of the Dungeon Defenders games are going to reap the rewards from that. I mean, going rogue should be... I mean, we got to wait and see what they do with it at launch. If you're not a roguelite player there, you got to remember going rogue is not made for you. Like I like roguelikes. Or roguelites and roguelikes. So, I mean, I'll give going rogue a chance just because I do like the genre. But you got to remember that that game is not made for the tower defense community. That game is made to branch out and appeal to a different group of players. You see that, y'all? I got that out with no salt at all. You guys should, like, somebody should give me a cookie. There was no salt at all. Oh, roguelite is definitely the rave right now. Without question. But we didn't get a shit product is the thing, Max. It's that your expectations are higher than what was delivered. DDA right now where it stands is well worth $29.99. It's just, as Dungeon Defenders players, we expect to play 5,000 hours. You know? It's of value what's there in the game right now today. Well worth the cash. Who out there paid $70 for Tiny Tina and played it for 200 hours, and after 200 hours was like completely maxed out on 3 different characters? You know? Don't compare it to DD1. Don't compare it to DD2. Compare it to the current game market. And in that aspect, it's well worth the $29.99. See, a lot of people say that about going rogue should have been DLC for DDA. And you know what? No one would say that if they wouldn't have worded that stupid shit in that release forum post. One thing that Chromatic desperately needs to do is have an actual PR or marketing person review these posts to the community, because they say some dumb shit sometimes, you know, and it's, I mean, I want it to be better. Don't get me wrong. See, now y'all are bringing out the salt. Going Rogue shouldn't be a DLC for DDA because it's a completely different game that applies to a completely different group of people. It's just they said we were planning on making this a DLC for DDA, so everybody screamed. Why on earth would you have said that? It's like a 2-year-old wrote the forum post announcing Going Rogue. I mean, it's like, say, World of Warcraft. Instead of, well, I can't even say World of Warcraft. Yeah, let's say World of Warcraft. Say World of Warcraft made a separate game that's in an entirely different genre. That's, say, a Diablo 3 type ARPG dungeon grinder. That's isometric view, but uses the same assets as World of Warcraft. Should they put that in as an expansion for World of Warcraft? Or should they put it as its own game since it's going to reach a different group of people? Or since it's being designed for a different group of people? No, I don't think that's the problem. I mean, the problem always comes down to the quality of the game. I'm not going to turn this into a Salt stream, y'all, so this is going to be the end of it after this. I want to have fun today, not be all bitter all day. The problem comes down to the game designs themselves. With all games, that's what it does. The PR and marketing issues are an entirely another problem altogether. It has nothing to do with the game. It has something to do with the company. And anyone that thinks that Chromatic doesn't have PR or marketing problems right now, don't worry, you'll get taught that class in high school when you finally reach it. Because, I mean, come on. Not to be mean. All right, now the salt is done. No more salt. Oh, no. I wasn't directing that at you. I'm just saying that's truth. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I'm not going to tie them together right there anyway. The problem with me on maps like the Summit is I'm so used to doing these end game builds, and it's like I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start on a map like this one. Let's just do what feels right. Well, I mean, it just so happens I have a lot of marketing experience, Father Nate, and that's one of the things that makes it so triggering for me personally. The Frost Strike auras aren't bugged. The crowd control, the freeze combo is bugged. It's not stacking any diminishing returns like it used to. Yeah, let's just collect up a little more mana here. They wouldn't be interested in me being a full-time employee there, I'm pretty sure. There, Max. And I would have zero interest in living in that cesspool of a state that they live in. Florida is too goddamn hot, man. It's hot and humid and miserable. They actually have a marketing position posted now, but they're looking for people with game marketing. I don't have game marketing experience. I've got retail and service industry marketing experience. But, I mean, there's too many lines have been crossed. Just what I've said in this stream so far has pissed off 16 people at Chromatic. So, I mean, they'll never think for a second of if I even seriously wanted to work there, would they ever even remotely consider me? I've got lots of friends there, but I've burned way too many bridges there. Oh shit. Crap. I'm not paying attention. Where is it? I don't even know what that was. Why are we taking core damage? Where? Oh. Little sneaky bastard. Let's see. Let's go there. Let's see. Well, we definitely need some walls, and well, I should just throw some traps down here too. Because right now anything that comes out that's electric command is not going to take any damage. Do we have flyers? Yeah, we do. We're going to have to do something with the flyers. Oh, you know what? Let's use our bouncer blockades. Let's see. So we got 2 walls in. Oh, absolutely. Being able to design a product and playing a product or using a product are 2 totally different things. I don't by any means think that I could design a better Dungeon Defenders game than Chromatic can. They're game developers and game designers. I wouldn't think that for a second. Well, see, there's a thing, is the majority of Dungeon Defenders players are very passive-aggressive. So, and it's the same with any game. It's not just Dungeon Defenders. So they design a game based off of the noisiest people. And the noisiest people don't make up the player base. In no game ever is the noisiest people the largest portion of the player base. You know? But that's the feedback they get. Zvestkis. Sorry for massacring your name, man, but thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. I apologize that I can't speak of words properly to say your name right. Well, I mean, there's obvious cringe and then there's less obvious cringe. Is the thing, Father Nate. Right. We still got 49 DU left. We're going to be able to get a couple of pounds in. Pounds, please. I'm assuming that fire lane will open, or that flyer lane will open up next wave, but we'll bounce for that one too. You just got back from a spa where you had to whisper. Like the transmog pets was total... Oh, dude, the transmog pets is awesome. Are you kidding me? You don't like that? Everybody wanted that. You're like the only one I've seen say anything negative about that. I mean, everyone's just is their opinions are valid. Why did I build this? I built this center area out, and there's no enemies that can make it to it. Derp, 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 derp. Well, this isn't a content update, though, Max. This is a update for quality of life and balance changes based off of player feedback. Once again, it comes down to expectations. Are you expecting a content? Were you expecting content to be added in an update that's focused on quality of life and balance? I mean, if so, who is not quite got it figured out there? I mean, you got to realize that's not what this update was. Now, episode 2 rolls around. If they don't give us content, that's a content update. Hell yeah, they better give us content, right? But this isn't episode 2, is the thing. But the pet transmog thing is fucking glorious, dude. I mean, if you don't like it, like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But my God. We are gonna poon them up. Bio Bubble, what's up, man? At the barracks, oh man. Yeah, man. You can do a little poons. You want the attack animation of the DD1 donkey that throws poop? I can't disagree with that, Father Nate. I think that would be glorious. I mean, I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you. The game does need content. But this is not, we're not at that stage yet. We know that that is coming, but it's not here yet. This isn't that, you know, is the thing. I mean, you're not wrong. The game 100% needs content. And it needs a reason to play the existing content. That's where the real crime comes in. The issue right now isn't DDA doesn't have enough content. It's that there's no reason to play 75% of it once you get into Rift mode. If there was a reason to play all of the current content in the game, it would like double or triple the game's total replay value right now. I missed traps over here, it looks like. I don't have enough left. Let's just go one Inferno. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Forest fires are in Germany right now, so stream helps to get the head clean from the job and the downtime. That's fair. Well, stay safe, man. Hopefully, people aren't affected too harshly. The same stats? Yeah, the Juicy Fruit Pet is a cosmetic. It's basically a transmog. I am guessing eventually it will not even be an item in the game. It will be just a transmog like the other empowerment pets. Actually, it may be now, where it just unlocks the transmog for it. So the Juicy Fruit Pet is just a skin, basically. It's always the same thing. I mean, I'm grateful for it. I wasn't expecting it. I knew that the mask was coming. I knew that the mask in DD2, you know, that was all part of contracts and negotiations. So, but the Juicy Fruit Pet was straight up unexpected. One day I was told, hey, check this out. And they sent me a screenshot of it, and I was like, oh my God. So I do thank them very much for throwing that in the game. No, there's empowerment pets that are just skins, basically. Arcane. The pet will live forever, hopefully. You never know. If I piss them off enough, they might change it to Florida Orange and remove the likeness. So I got to make sure I don't piss them off, right? not my strong point. I'm very good at pissing him off. Damn, Pepper. Pepper going crazy. Must be getting a package or something delivered. Pepper ain't having no UPS guy up in here, let me tell ya. It's so funny, too. She, like, barks like she's about to tear the guy's leg off, but her tail is wagging like crazy. Gotta love old Peps. She getting big, man. She getting big, too. Okay, I need bouncers on the sides. I'll have to sell that. I'll have to sell something. Is the game worth buying right now? Absolutely. Does the game feel like a perfect finished product? Not at all. But to answer your question, is it worth $29.99? Hell yeah, it's worth $29.99. Can you see it on screen? Oh, this is my alt account. So this account doesn't have any time. It's not showing the Steam overlay anyway. On my main account, I've played over 2,000 hours in DDA for 30 bucks. That sounds like real good entertainment per dollar spent. See, I actually got mixed emotions on that change. I feel like it takes a little bit of the strategic element away from the game, and it's going to allow newer players to ignore the strategic value of the elements, the elemental resistances, and they're never going to fully, truly understand the game. That combined with fusion gear making the elemental resistances trivial. The different colored sirens? Oh yeah, I agree. They're Father Nate. They were very snazzy looking. But, I mean, you know, people wanted sirens changed, so it changed. Well, and then that's the real problem. It's not because Fusion is too OP. It's because there's no reason to do the other content. I mean, if the firearm... Fusion's... Let's just go straight to math. Fusion's double damage, right? Fusion is double damage versus rifted enemies. So for someone to be motivated enough to put a fire set together or an electric set together or whatever, it's going to have to be better than double damage. If it's better than double damage or it has some additional utility or whatever, then people will be motivated to do those... It doesn't ignore all resistances, it's just a different element, is the thing. It's a different element that doesn't have elemental resistances. Okay, we need to do something, because these flyers are going to get all sorts of uppity here. What do we want to do? I mean, I could get rid of this, and we can just throw in a bunch of bouncer blockades. Let's see, I think we should go up here, though. That way we don't even have to look at them. I don't want to look at you, flyers. Oh, shit. You know what? You know what this means, y'all? It means we're, what, 2 waves or 1 wave away, 1 wave and a boss away from starting insane. Alright, 2 DU left. Just so we get that nice XP bonus, we'll do this. And just use the 2 DU. And let's do it. Feel bad about no gas trap there. They could keep the current, you know, since we're talking about what we think they should do. Like we're the ones making the game. They could keep the current Rift mode system if they just gave us a reason to do the non-rifted play. Like, say the best pets in the game dropped from non-rifted survival. Bam. We instantly got a reason to play non-rifted. We'll say the best accessories in the game dropped from, say, challenge maps. Bam. We got a reason to play challenge maps. We'll say the best, or you know what? Say the best pets in the game came from pure strategy, even. Bam. We got a reason to play pure strategy. And then for normal survival, say the best, or you would have to change the non-fusion sets. Make the non-fusion sets viable for niche builds. Like if you wanted a fire build or an electric build or a poison build or whatever. But then you got a reason to play those. Well, what else do we have in the game? You got boss tests. Say the boss test dropped the boss weapons. Now, of course, it would have to be a big RNG element because it takes so long to complete a survival versus those boss tests. But say the boss test dropped boss weapons too. Bam. You got replay value of the boss tests. So, I mean, it's all right there, you know? There's tons of things they could do to give us more replay value with what's in the game right now. And all it would require is changing around the loot. Now, I mean, obviously, making non-rifted sets would be a lot of design work, because they would have to think that out. But, you know, saying remove pets altogether from rifted survival. Why the hell not? You know? Well, I mean, that's the thing, is there's nothing really simple about that. Even though it sounds like such a simple thing, I'm the guy that just has to hit the button that says update now. I'm not the guy who's got to engineer all that shit. So I would imagine it would be a bunch of work. But would it be a bunch of work that was super expensive to do? Probably not. Probably wouldn't take a massive design team to go through that, you know? Well, theoretically, mixed mode is not useless at all. Of course, it's RNG dependent, but in theory, the best pets in the game drop from mixed mode right now, other than fusion pets. But if you're looking for the best possible propeller cat in the game, it would come from Alchemical Labs on mixed mode. Gotta remember, mixed mode isn't a game mode. It's a toggle like hardcore. The way they've got it set on the game browser, it makes it look like, where the hell's he at? Oh, there he is. It makes it look like it's a game mode, but it's not actually a game mode. I mean, look at DD1. It's directly from DD1. It's a checkbox, you know? Come on over here, Mr. Dragon. Get pewed in y'all biscuit. Pew! So we got to get to level 70, huh? So the next step is going to be to get insane Ancient Minds survival going here. Come this way. I dare you to come this way, pussy. That dragon's a chump. I will shoot you in your face anyway. Oh. Now, missed opportunity. Oh, fail. Facepalm on the pew-pews. Well, mistake number one is don't compare it to DD1 Max. Don't compare the Dungeon Defenders games to each other. Play them, compare them, or don't compare them. Judge them based off of their own merit. But yeah, challenges, something needs to happen with challenges. Does it have to be exactly what's in challenges in DD1? Nope, does not have to be. But they're going to have to do something with challenges to make them worth doing, right? Be speedy. Speedy, yes! Who's a badass? RNG. RNG's easy. All you do is say, give me speedy, and it drops. SciTech. Is SciTech watching right now? Oh, man. Are you here, SciTech? Are you here? I found your armor, man. Well, see, that's the thing, is it's not what they already have. You gotta remember, DD1 is from a very, very old day and age. It's not like they can just copy stuff. Aramir will be taking the RNG now. That's to be expected, Aramir. It's to be expected. Aramir, RNG thief. Right, coffee, tea, or energy drink. Boy, I got the choices today. Well, I mean, all Dungeon Defenders games have RPG elements. There's not a straight RPG version of Dungeon Defenders. There's 3 action defense RPG games, and there's 1 action roguelite. There's no specifics, you know, this is an RPG version. This is more like DD1 than DD2 as far as the gear. But the original was like this. DD2 is the oddball. A lot of people don't realize that, but yeah, DD2 is the oddball game. Let's see. Well, I mean, we don't have that much gear, right? This was Militia. We got nothing for Militia. This one was... We got Inspired Defense. Wrong set. And we got Ancient. Nothing. We got Minor. We had something there. It's actually not as good as what I'm currently using. And we got... I think this one was in Minor too. Yeah, there we go. Take that. 24 power, little fort. Let's give the EV a weapon. And who do we want to put this on? It's 46 attack. I mean, I'm not going to use it. I mean, I guess we'll put it on the monk. And then the accessory. Yeah, why not? We'll give that to the monk as well. And then the rest of this stuff can just get trashed. It's not adding items to a pool. You got to make decisions on what goes where and what value it brings. It's more design work than engineering work. You got to realize it's not flip a button. Okay, let's give this map masks. I mean, you got to make choices and think about what the repercussions of that choice is. Just adding a few items to random pools throughout the game does not fix anything in DDA. If you've never played Dungeon Defenders 1 Hour Zero, the next time it goes on sale, just buy it. It's leaps and bounds the most incredible Dungeon Defenders experience. It just is. All the DD2 fans, spam the dislike now button because I like a different game than you. Yeah, I mean, when it's on sale, you pick up like 1 million DLC in the base game for like under $10 or something like that. It's an incredible game. It's the game that started it all. Not only did it start it all, it's the game that started the genre. You know? That's what a lot of people don't get with DD2. And DD2 is a great game, so don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing it. But if you've only played DD2 and you've never played Dungeon Defenders 1, you've never had the Dungeon Defenders experience. Facts. They're all worth playing, every Dungeon Defenders game. Hell, even if you got an old beater tablet from way back in the day and you can get the Dungeon Defenders mobile game on it, that's worth playing too. Every Dungeon Defenders game is worth playing. But the experience that started it all is DD1. Without a doubt. Alright, so I gotta do this before I can go to survival, right? Yeah. Alright, so now we got it easy since we completed the campaign. Remember, our next main goal is to get to Nightmare mode. So to get to Nightmare, we've got to beat the summit on Insane, and we've got to be level 70. But right now, to get to the summit Insane, we don't have to do anything. We can just jump right to the map. So first things first, let's get some XP and some loot from Insane mode by doing Ancient Mines survival. But before we can do that, we got to do it on campaign. Let's get it. Your current PC can handle 2 games at the same time. With my new one, I might go all in. Here you go, Hour Zero. If you can handle 2 games at the same time, do this right now. Get yourself a mobile emulator and download Arknights. It is the absolute perfect second monitor game. Best thing in the world. That's nowhere near the best XP, Max. The best XP is in survival mode, man. It's doing wave 20 starts in survival. It's night and day better than any campaign map. That changed. That was from super early. Super early, the best XP in the game was grinding the summit, actually. Survival doesn't take any time, though. You do wave 20 starts, and you get... You'll see. You'll see. I mean, it normally only takes me 2 survival runs to get all the way to level 70. You would have to do, what, 200 campaign runs to get to that? Alright. This map does look so much better, doesn't it? This was not intended. You can actually feel it when you log into the game. Well, I mean, if you want a tower defense game with very deep strategy and literally years and years and years worth of replay value, yeah, and you got shit loot, Max, is the thing. Do survival, dude. Just do survival. It's the right thing to do. I can't, with a straight face, suggest to any new player getting through the game to grind a campaign map to get XP. It's ridiculous. The comparison is just... It's what you used to do. But the survival XP was completely reworked, man. It's way high now in comparison. And doing wave 20 starts don't take any time. I mean, you don't even have to do wave 20 starts. You can do wave 20, wave 23 starts if you want. But if you do wave 20 starts, you're not rebuilding as often. I actually have a video where I went through the XP breakdowns from every tier. I don't know where it is now. I'm not going to look it up for you. You can find it. It's on YouTube. But I went through all of the maps and all of the XP and calculated XP per hour. So go to that video and argue in the comments. Because right now I'm just going to dispute what you're saying because I don't think it's anywhere near accurate. So there we go. Ancient Minds accidentally got the going rogue lighting. Father Nate is what happened. Did they fix the main menu being blurry? I'm not sure about that one. I'm guessing that's texture streaming. If you untick the texture streaming, that will go away. Well, I mean, Max, just go watch the video and then argue. Go watch the video, argue then. I'm not going to say one more single word about it until you go watch that video. So, there. And I'm not going to say another word about it on this stream. So if you want to argue with me in the comments. Campaign XP is a joke now, though. Complete joke in comparison to doing survival waves. Like, one survival wave is way more than an entire campaign map. Emote only chat until all viewers watch every juice vid. I don't know about that. Shit, man. I forgot to switch. I guess I could just throw a harpoon back here. Oop, if I had it faced the right way, huh? What are we missing? He coming, he coming. Goblin, what's up? What's up? Watch it and find out, Max. As I mentioned, I'm not going to argue with you about it. So, if you feel like anything is wrong with what's said in that video, say something in the comments. And click the thumbs up button while you're there. Just do it, man. Do it. Oh, hell yeah. I need all the friends I can get. In fact, I'm going to be starting a new playthrough on Friday, Goblin. If that's the most current one, I've done like 10 of them. So, I mean, I don't know. Asking me what video is what with a game that I've done so many thousands of videos on is not realistic. Let's see. Let's do traps. Yeah, I'm going to be begging for friends on that free-to-play playthrough. I'm going to start with the event in Arc Nights on Friday. I actually thought about starting it on live stream. But I'm going to need a bunch of people to give me friend requests on that one, too. Got a headache for a day and a half? That sucks, man. Right, I guess we should do the same thing here. And I think this will trivialize the rest of it. Ten left. Guess let's just do this. We'll go in rage here. Wisps are super strong early game, yeah. Oh, out of juice. The problem with Wisps is a last map reality check. You get a last map reality check with Wisps. Because you just get carried through so much of the game with them once you get a fusion wisp setup going. And then you get to the keep and all of a sudden your face gets stomped in. It's the struggle with the wisp. Damage percentage on your armor affects your defenses? I'm not going to do a video specifically about that, but you don't have damage percentage on your armor, so I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Or you mean the passives? Like, I don't have any passives yet because I'm still too low level. Or actually, I do have some passives. You can get 3 possible passives, right? Well, the strongest passive is % damage increase. The second strongest passive is defense power. The third strongest passive is defense rate. So since you can get 2 of them, in an ideal situation, you would have 2 of the top 3 items on a damaging defense. I mean, I've got videos explaining all that already, but I don't know if that's what you're asking. I mean, assuming you've cleared Chaos 9 and have floor 300 unlocked, you can reset it anytime. Depends on your objective there, Hour Zero. If your objective is to spam out a bunch of resets, then yeah, you're going to be better off with Gilded. If your objective is just to get to the max ascension caps and get the big bump in power, and you're not concerned about grinding out a bazillion resets, then the amount of gold is just trivial. Just do it. So it depends on your goal, really. Well, no, the whole point of Ancient Power resets, the increased power that you gain, is from the max ascension caps. It's not from that trivial amount of shit you get for each AP reset. So, like in 2022, most players aren't spamming AP resets. I mean, it's there for you if that's what you want to do, but that's not what most people would do. You get the big power gain from just doing 1 Ancient Power reset. You get Chaos 9 unlocked. That takes you up to floor 300. You do 1 Ancient Power reset. You got max ascension caps and enough ascension to fill those caps. And then you move on about your day. When you do additional resets, you're gaining very, very, very little. But yeah, if you get this Chaos 9 and do your 1 AP reset, you're gaining 90% plus of the power that could be gained from doing Ancient Power resets, just in the 1 reset. Alright, Mr. Ogre, get wrecked. Well, I mean, then you're doing it for a complete vanity purpose, so you choose your own experience. You're doing it for vanity reasons. There is no right or wrong answer. You're doing it because you want to do it, not because it's the right thing to do, or the best thing to do, or the thing that will give you the most power, you know? So nothing wrong with that. I mean, the best reason to play a game is because you're having fun, right? So if you're having fun, you are doing it right. All right, now we get on into survival. Do we want to go hardcore for the loot? Yeah, let's not. I kind of want to. Well, let's just do it. Those are 1%. It's a 1% gain. So you can put 5 possible points into it. So it's like absolutely trivial. When you get max ascension caps, you're going to be increasing your power over what you currently had by like a large number, you know? So yeah, the points that you put in are literally like super trivial. I think I should move those R's back just a trickle. All right, here we go. See, there's defense damage upgrade. You put everything into defense, into power. If you're upgrading your defenses on a builder, I mean, this you can't see because I'm in low level gear, but say I had all 4 builder stats, you dump everything into power. If it's a wall, then you dump upgrades into fortify. But for a damaging defense, you want everything in power. I'm still playing through that kind of new player experience there, Isfers. So just playing through the game using non-meta defenses to check them out as a new player would. No, it's not really a true new player experience because, you know, obviously I'm not a new player. I know all the game's basics and everything already. So really just having a little fun, giving some feedback. I mean, the new player experience is very important to me personally because that's how the game is going to be deemed successful or not, is if more players are playing and enjoying the game. So, I mean, I want the game to be very inviting to a newer player. I want a new player to come in and just have an absolute blast without having to use the meta stuff, you know? Oh, wrecked. I was just trying to build my traps while the wave is running, game. What the heck, man? Let me build my traps, damn it. Some reflect beams are going to be helpful here pretty soon, huh? I don't have a weapon on this character. Oh, that's fine. They're Goblin, there's no wrong time, man. You do you. Alright, let's get these traps in and not be on the Huntress. Should probably get the reflex down too, huh? Well, yeah, I mean, there's nothing fast about that. The people that got that stuff really fast grinded a seriously huge amount of hours. Yeah, they addressed it a million times. It's not ready yet. It's still, they're still hoping and planning to get it implemented, but it's not there yet. Check those Q&As that they're doing with me monthly. I asked all those important questions there, and you hear it directly from them. Alright, so we need what? Buff beams. I think we'll have enough for at least one poon on each lane. Well, it's just going through the grind. There, Goblin. You'll get, when you're first breaking into Rift mode, if you wait till Massacre like that, you're going to end up getting some pretty thick upgrades as you go. But, you know, you gotta get through that ability to clear. But you'll definitely get some meaty upgrades. Do this. I think that was probably a little overkill as far as how far back I put it. Shoot, man, is that going to leave me enough? I'll have enough for a poon on each lane, won't I? I think so, yeah. Let's see. They haven't. The only thing with the UI that's changed at all is the labels when you're placing traps. Everything else was there currently. Right, let it fly here. Yep, still got 2 DU to spend. Not sure where we'll spend that to. We will have to see. Little weapon. Well, I mean, I'll get a better weapon here when I'm finding this. I was going to say a weapon upgrade would be huge for taking out these later game ogres. Let's just let it fly here. We'll upgrade as we're going. Pardon me. I'm gonna do a stream of that Darkness Falls game, probably just on Twitch. Not sure when I'm gonna start that. Do we not have an ensnare aura here? I never put an ensnare aura here. That's weird. So we need to change something. This probably doesn't need to be that long. We can pick one DU up from one of these buff beams. And then get an ensnare down. Cerberus, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Alright, so let's get rid of this, and we'll make it shorter. Yep, still 6 there. It's 5 there. Is that going to catch it? Oh, still catches it. Nice. And then we can get our ensnare down. I don't know why I didn't get an ensnare down there. But I didn't. Where the Oga at? He over on the other side. Of course he is. Keep it flying. We'll go to like wave, what? I don't know, wave 10 or whatever. Or 12 and check gear. I don't think I'm going to have much gear. I guess we're going to have to look at the mini-map. I am debating on throwing a little bit of cash into a weapon. That way I can burn these ogres a little quicker. I think that will make a big difference for me getting through the rest of the map. Got done playing some Horizon Zero Dawn. Nice. That's a game that I just really, really wish I could sink a bunch of hours into. Needs more hours and days, you know? Looks like we got an accessory drop there too. Probably junk, but not since the very first PTR. This is early game. I'm only in insane mode right now. Dream Together, so walls are still pretty good in insane mode. But no, they haven't done. They haven't updated the PTR yet. If that's what you're asking. I do think there will be an update. Yeah, I definitely need to be getting through these guys a little quicker. So let's go one more wave, and then we'll check for a weapon upgrade here. I'll do the math and show you where you're wrong later, Max. We'll use the time and XP based off of this run right now. That way there's something you can go back to and look at. But I mean, it's not going to take much after I complete this run to get to level 70. It's going to be like what, one wave 23 start, I think. I mean, it's not going to be much versus the bazillion campaign runs you would have to do. I mean, in fact, I'll go as far as to say just in build time alone, not including the maps running, I think doing survival is still better. Rebuilding a map every 10-12 minutes, oh man. Where in doing survival you only have to do two map builds. It's a big variance in XP per hour, in time to unlock. So I think they'll add more cosmetics. Yeah, I think every update will probably have some sort of cosmetic type DLC. But especially considering they have no way to make additional money. You know, they got to do something. They got to either do a big paid DLC with content, or they got to throw in cosmetics to get people to spend money. What's going on there, Lee? How you doing, man? Well, be safe. Enjoy your car ride home. Yeah, I would guess, right? There's going to be some kind of desert-y type cosmetics. Man, you know what? I hate to do it, but I think the thing to do is just going to be to dump a little bit of cash into this. Especially considering I've got a couple mil saved up now. Alright, that should be a big gain there. And power. I would love to have a physical weapon, though. There isn't a known max stat in DDA. Just like DD1. That's an unknown value. Well, in DD1, there was technical caps. What's going on there, David? Yeah, man, it's fun. It's always... The early game is the most fun part of the game. 14K is probably reachable, but as far as knowing like an exact number, no one knows the exact number because there's so many things that add to a gear's item power. You know, it could have gotten a large chunk of item power from upgrade amounts, or it could have gotten a large chunk of item power from high passive rolls, you know. So it's, as far as the exact stat, it will always be a bit of a mystery, I think. No, sadly, Nightmare has got that, I mean, that would be a real challenge. Skipping through the Nightmare. But Nightmare has that level 70 and Insane Mode unlock requirement. That would be a crazy, crazy good challenge. I mean, it would be super hard, I think. That'll be fun to do then, to try out a what if while it's still glitched. Better fix it. I better do something before they change it, huh? Well, it's got those unlock requirements. Prestige is an awful, awful system in DD2, so I hope they never do that in DDA, or they come up with a better system. The Ancient Power system in Dungeon Defenders 2, like, decimated the player base. It was so hated. And it's still a complete piece of shit. It's the worst AFK fake content, or fake, false replay value item in the game. And then Onslaught would be a close second. So yeah, I hope they don't do that. I mean, it killed DD2. So hopefully they don't do another bad system that will kill this game. They're doing enough to kill this game on their own without adding in straight bad systems, you know? Let's see, where are we at? We're level 50 now. I think we'll be at like level 60. I don't know, what do you guys think? I think we'll be at like level 66 by the end, assuming I make it to the end. I'm well known for derping. You get too comfortable on this map and then something goes wrong and you just don't even notice it happening until it's way too late. That is one of my main issues. And I gotta get 10 more levels before I can get the top upgrade tier. Which, I mean, that should happen pretty quick, theoretically. Yeah, this weapon's a piece of shit. I should have just held out for a better weapon. It's, not strong enough to get it now. It does when you have gear, but right now I've got so much dropped into that, and it doesn't have smart targeting. It's come a long way. It's really, really good, but its issue has never been its power. Its issue has been it doesn't target the highest health enemy. So, I mean, if you got 10 enemies at the wall, the chance of actually hitting the ogre are just so slim. Did I spend money on cosmetics in DD2? Yeah, I have. Do I regret it? Well, no, not really. I mean, that's, Dude, there's people that buy gold in DD2. Cosmetics are like a really good value compared to the stupid shit people spend money on. Shadow Shot, what's up, man? I mean, there is literally that Terabad gold deal in DD2 that you look at it and you see, oh my god, this is the worst possible thing. Why would anybody ever do this? People do that. So yeah, I mean, cosmetics, you at least get something for what you're paying for, you know? Well, Max, fire up a stream, dude, and I'll watch you play. Don't try to tell me how to play, though. Nothing more irritating than that. You play your way, I play my way, right? When your stream goes live, let me know, and I'll come watch. Backseating's no fun. This is not a meta playthrough. I don't know how many times I gotta say that. I mean, I'm using harpoons, for God's sakes. Oh, we got a minigun. Tempted to buy the Mega Hypno Bundle in DD2. Hey man, if you got the cash, this stuff looks cool. My favorite change? Well, I mean, my favorite change is probably the pet transmog or the item upgrade. The smart targeting and upgrading of traps and auras, because I am a big trap aura guy. I'm not sure on that one, David. I haven't used it on the PTR. I'm not positive there. They didn't shoot through walls before, or they wouldn't target through walls before, I don't think. But I think they would chain through walls. I think well, I don't know if they still do. I haven't used them. In 2022, you don't need any specific character, really. In high maps in DD2. It's the entirety of the late game has been trivialized by power creep. The people that beat the original 999 floors and they had to have Mystic and they had to have Barbarian, all that, that was with Chaos 8 gear and no empowerment stats on pets. So, like, in the current game, you've got like 100,000 more defense power when you calculate in the value from shards over what those players had. So, I mean, there is nothing required. It's just a matter of, do you want to AFK your life away to get there? You know, it's more of a, do you want to AFK? Do you want to spend the time to get there? Because it's a AFK experience up until you get to 945. Some people have more money than sense. That is for sure, Shadow Shot. I think that's all of us on some days, though. I don't think there's anybody out there that could say they've 100% spent every penny they've ever earned wisely, you know? Orion Stormcaller. That's a fancy name. You know what? I never equipped a better sword either. I'm still using that POS sword. What's left from the Kickstarter? I think they got most of the Kickstarter stuff in now. Cross-save was never actually promised in the Kickstarter. The only thing in the Kickstarter I think left to deliver is split screen. Cross-save was listed as a goal on Kickstarter, not a guaranteed. You can't do the Kickstarter now. It was a fundraiser back a few years ago to get DD2 or DDA started. So, I mean, most of the Kickstarter stuff has been delivered. I mean, cross-save is pretty... Or split screen is pretty huge, though. Especially for console players, you know? And I got so much gear sitting now. Well, they were all... I mean, that was a Kickstarter tier right there, the ogre names. I wish I would have thought about mine a little better. When I did the survey, I just put down, make it something juicy, so they named my ogre Juicy. Yeah, there was all kinds of bundles going on. But yeah, I think the biggest thing left is, I mean, a lot of people will say cross-save, but cross-save wasn't actually promised then. It was just listed as a goal. But split screen, however, was promised. That needs to be top priority as far as getting the Kickstarter stuff in order. Man, part of me feels like I should go through the gear, but I don't want to take the time to. Damn dirty Delphs. The game wasn't really changed that much. That's like a opinion of a few very vocal people. The changing the attack rates of the towers did like very, very little to the actual gameplay. It's amazing how, I mean, it's very, very, very few. Well, it was 2%. If you look at the survey results that were posted, it was like 2.4% of the people were upset about that. But boy, it is a loud 2.4%. They bitch and moan everywhere. It gives other people the impression it was a big deal, but it really didn't change the gameplay at all. It changed DSTs, so you had to build different? Oh, how horrible. David, how horrible. That's the thing I just don't understand. I mean, the game is still the same. That really wasn't one of the big problems that the game has had. Always be a vocal minority? Oh, yeah. The mob counts I can see. But that was Rift mode. That was Rift mode as it was intended from the start. That had nothing to do with the Switch. But then when they changed Rift mode and removed the non-rifted enemies, the main thing there is just the nature of the Rift gear. They didn't remove enough enemies off of some of the maps. Tornado Highlands is still irritating as all hell to run. But the thing is they made it so it was all rifted enemies. That was the real change. It wasn't so much that the non-rifted enemies were removed, it was that every enemy was rifted. So every defense does double damage. See, that's what more people need to talk about, Splatter. You don't hear people complain about the enemy counts. Everybody complains about the tower speed. And by everybody, I mean that 2.4% of players. But yeah, Rift mode by design, it was supposed to have half the amount of enemies as campaign mode. It was originally it was supposed to be a harder experience that took less time to do. Is how they explained it back when it was first launched. But of course, you know, the vision changes. You would prefer 12,000 mobs on Highlands? Oof. Big oof. I don't think anything was designed off of Redux, to be honest. There's Zifla. They should have taken more from DD1, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't think any design decisions at all were designed off of anything in DD1, for that matter. Oh wow, look at this bad boy compared to the old one I had. Level 60 though. Just keep limping through here. Thought it was a video, just realized I was live. That's fair. YouTube doesn't get a ton of live stuff, you know. It's actually better for smaller content creators to stream on YouTube over Twitch, but not many people have jumped on the bandwagon. Everyone is so convinced that Twitch has the most viewers. It's like, well, I mean, Twitch has the most dedicated, specific live stream viewers. But all those viewers are watching the same 0.1% of the live streamers, you know? And then YouTube has like 10 times the overall traffic that Twitch does, of course. So, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag. In my opinion, it's better for a smaller content creator to stream on YouTube. You get more value out of it. Well, I mean, that's pretty broken if they put that in, Zifla. I mean, I will never do that. No one will ever... People won't do that long. You can do whatever you want as long as you have the upload bandwidth. There, Max. But it's all about having the good enough of an internet connection. I mean, OBS could handle streaming the game to 5 places at the same time, as long as your upload speed was enough. It's more a matter of, is your machine good enough to process all that? And is your upload speed good enough to handle it? I really should go through my gear to avoid any late wave derps here. I really don't want to. Alright, I'm not going to be as high as I thought I was. I thought on my first run... Well, it's because I normally do Insane Campaign. I usually don't do hard mode. So I'm usually further along by this point. But doing Insane Campaign, you do one full run, and then do one Wave 23 start, and you're level 70. But doing hard mode put the smack down on that, it looks like. I could do the math, I guess, and figure out what I'm going to need to get to 70 in one run. But I don't want to do... I'd rather do multiple Wave 20 starts. Well, that's the other thing with the promoted tag. I don't know, but is that a paid promotion? Does that mean that was a sponsored stream since it had a promoted tag? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works on Twitch. I just don't think that'd be very good. A very good way to spend your money if you were trying to grow, though. Kind of like doing giveaways. Oh, must be over there. Yep. Oh no! I lost my wall. Not paying attention. And here's why I lose maps. Because you get way too comfortable and you ignore what's actually going on the map. I'm looking forward to it. There's some interesting builds that might work out. Like, I'm very curious about that Impale Demon Hunter. Impale Strafe Demon Hunter. Well, I've got 3 monitors, so... It's, you know... There's tools that you can do. Oh, what's up, man? How you doing? There's tools that you can use to see all your chat with only one monitor even. But, I mean, for me, I got multiple monitors, so it makes it kind of a little more trivial. Alright, let's just check the ups here. Level 60. 24 power and range. I mean, that's an upgrade. Level 60, power and rate, that's an upgrade. I'm getting lots of upgrades here. Now if I could only... Oh, it's level 60, dang it. Okay, power and power. That's a huge upgrade, right? Damn. Man, that's a lot of rate on that piece, though. Holy crap. Yeah, I gotta take that. That's a little better. That's a little better. It's inspired. That's level 60. Let's see, I didn't get anything for my walls. Let's throw a little bit of more fort on those just to get through this map. Then let's see on homie number 2. We'll take that. Plagued, inspired, range and power. I mean, that's kind of an upgrade, even though I lose the fort, because I don't really need the fort. Level 60. Oh, well, there we go. Gotta use that one, right? Alright, I think that's probably good to get me through the rest. Let me throw some more points in here. Let's go, where are we at? 191 power. Let's go a few points into rate. And then I should have checked the Splodies. Let's see. Inspired. Range and fort. Yeah, we'll take it. Range, fort, range. Yeah, we'll take it. Getting some pretty thick upgrades here. Power and fort. You know what? I think I'm going to go with that instead since I'm using the Explodies. Rate fort power. Well, I mean, gotta take it, right? Alright, let's see if that'll get us through the rest of the map here. Level 60, we get that last upgrade. Yeah, rate directly affects the electric car's attack speed. Pampus, what's up? How you doing, man? So what are you up to today, Phil? You fixing all the things? Make sure I don't have a bunch of Delphs over there smacking on my walls. Gonna have to get over to that other ogre pretty quick. It's not out yet, which is good. Loot is RNG based, and it's based off of the difficulty of the map you're on. So, I mean, for survival, the higher you go, the higher the difficulty, meaning the better the loot quality. Your level doesn't matter. The rate caps are very misunderstood there, Ronan. Rate is still very, very important. Anything over the cap, the rate gets converted over to power, so it's definitely something you don't want to ignore. Currently looking at some bowling ball changes. Nice. Dang, dirty Delphs. The rate caps were put in so that the game would be more stable on all platforms. But there is no, like, hard stat cap, like, where you get to this number and then you ignore rate. That doesn't exist. So, rate... Well, I mean, the right thing to do on all 4 pieces of gear is to have all 4 builder stats. And then all that extra rate gets converted over to power. Die already, you bads. Alright, we got ogre number 1 is over here. Ogre number 2 is out now, but let's get this guy burned up first. Lost Rage. Alright, Lost Rage is down. Looks like we haven't lost a wall yet. We're actually kind of close on that trap. Oh, we got him, we got him. Not in endgame, it won't, Max. It still just gets shit all over. You're in Massacre Rifted, walls still just get killed within seconds. Even with all that DU thrown at them for strength drains and everything else. They're super strong early game, you know. I think that's part of the challenge, is how do you fix them in end game without completely making them broken in early game. I believe that might be part of the struggle. Well, I mean, even with the strength drain too, David, if you put the full enchilada on them, they still are not quite good enough. Boost the health in the difficulty setting. I mean, I'm not sure what the answer would be. It seems like some sort of greater damage resistance or damage reduction would be the answer, but the problem there is it comes back around to that completely would break it early game, you know? So to have something balanced all the way through, what am I looking for in this game? Just looking for fun, really. Today, you mean, and doing this? I'm breaking into insane survival, or breaking into insane mode. And the kind of the easiest way to break into every tier is to do Ancient Minds and survival first. And it makes the entire rest of the tier quite trivial. I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, what would I... Oh, level 60. I got upgrades, y'all. Oh, the map's over anyway. I'm not sure what you're asking. What I would like to see in additional content? I mean, I would probably like to see... So there, 53 minutes was your... was the time there. 53 minutes for 5.6 mil XP, but there was a whole lot of derp in there, too. I would like to see more maps, I think. But, like, I would like to see a comparable amount of maps as DD1. You know, maybe not with all of the CDT additions, but at least with the DLC. Figure there's what? We got what? We got 15, we got 19 maps right now. We're expected to get 4 more with episode 2, which would put us at 23. So there you're already on par with DD2. Or really close to it. So, I mean, I would like to see a few more maps, but additionally, I would like to see reasons to play all the other stuff. Like, challenge modes right now, once you get the achievement unlocked, you got no reason to go back to it. Pure strategy mode right now, there's no reason to play at all, unless you just kind of want to. The tests, once you unlock the cosmetic, there's no reason to go back to it. So, I mean, I would like reasons to play those game modes. I think that would add a ton to it. But as far as overall maps, I mean, I'd definitely like to see more maps, you know? I think everybody would, really. Figure how many total maps does DD2 have in it right now? 23? Or is it more now with the newer maps? 24? It used to be 21. So it's probably 24 total maps now in DD2. So, I mean, I would like to have at least have that many maps, but then have reasons to play all the other game modes, you know? Is what I personally would like to see. That's kind of an option there, David. I personally go to Massacre first and then start Rift mode, because it makes farming all the Rift sets in Massacre much, much easier once you get some Massacre survival gear. So that one is kind of an option there. You know, I mean, Nightmare is not... Figure you got a bunch of grind time. You let the game tell you when to farm fusion gear is my suggestion. So, like, right now, to get into Nightmare mode, you got to be level 70. So there's very, very little grind time in Insane mode. You get to level 70 super fast. To get into Massacre mode, however, you got to be level 83, where you'll have the entirety of Nightmare content cleared by the time you're like level 73. So there is a big grind time, 73 to 83. So you can straight grind it to get to Massacre mode, to get to level 83, or you could just slow it down and go into farm mode then and not worry about rushing level 83 and get a bunch of fusion sets going. So it's really, depending on the player and what they want their experience to be. But there's a definite grind time to get Massacre unlocked, without a doubt. Nightmare, not so much, but Massacre, oh yeah. It's grindy mofo, right? Let's take a look through the loots here. See, did we get anything super schnazzy? It's a slower attack rate. You get a little ability stat, but I get that homing missile is one of the things. Yeah, I'm tempted to take that and dump some gold into it, but see what else we got. I'd rather have a physical weapon pre-Massacre, to be honest. Spicy Standrew staff. That sounds glorious. Got a bunch of accessories now, huh? Fort and rate. Yeah, why not? We'll throw it on there. See, I want to go through my builders first. Did the bowling ball tower always explode on hit? I think it did, Ronan. I'm not positive. Do I remember when paintball gun was the best? Oh, yeah. That was insane mode. Early in the early access. It was a beast. Kind of weird to see mixed sets. I mean, it's good. It adds more diversity, you know? More power, more power. It's only one more power, but I guess one more power is better than no more power, right? See, that one's a little fort. I mean, I am still using walls, so that's probably the right thing to do. Power, range, more range at the cost of power. I mean, if I'm continuing to use poons, that's probably a good idea. Power. I doubt it. I mean, I don't think ultimate gear is expected to ever be in DDA. But you figure there's tiers before ultimate. If they did go with the same structure as DD1, you know, where's the supreme gear? Did you miss something? No, not really. Just kind of screwing around. Better than they're completely different, Sky. DDA is a action tower defense game. Thank you so much for following, by the way. The new roguelite is exactly that. It's a roguelite game. It's not a tower defense game. So they're completely different games. So that would be, what do you want to play? Do you want to play a tower defense game? Or do you want to play a roguelite? You know? Hey, maybe we'll go with some DSTs this time, huh? Ooh, that's a fatty right there, huh? Power and rate. Yeah, I think we'll take it. Oh, damn. Power fort rate. That's a lot of power. I mean, let's take it and see if we run into a better one on as we're going through. No, that's a big power loss and a passive loss for big defense rate. I think I'll pass. I mean, that's a no-brainer considering I'm still using a gray piece, right? Oh, first equipable legendary item. Fort power and rate. No range on it, but boy, that's a fatty upgrade, huh? Man, this one is so debatable, but is 59 rate worth losing 19 power and 2.5% defense damage? I just don't really feel like it is. Check out the accessories. Power and rate, yes please. Power and range, sure. We'll take some of that. Maybe. There we go. Alright, now how's our stats looking here? We got mad fort here. Jesus, how do we end up with so much fort? Where does that put my range at? Let me look real quick. That's pretty decent range. It's not great, but that's pretty decent. I feel like we could go into rate a little further, maybe. Considering I got no points in it. Let's go like that. Let's try some DSTs out on this one. We'll get the other stuff in there too, though. Do I got my filters right? Newest. No. Item power. There we go. They're bag filters. So these aren't individual bags. These are filter presets. So if you go to filter bags, you can set them up. So like this one, for example, is all militia armor. So if you go through, I've got only militia armor selected. All qualities. I'm probably going to toggle off blues maybe now and just go purples or higher. That way I can just take the cash money. That cash money. Fort and range. Sure. Yeah, they're really good. That's the best in slot on an active hero. The benefit they get is it'll affect any defense. So, like, if you put those on your rogue, and then you run around and repair stuff, it's huge. Huge, huge, huge. They're really, really good. And we got fat upgrades on that map, huh? Actually, I'm on all purple gear there. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Where does that put my stats? Kind of all over the place. go get to 200 range just so we can say we're at 200 range. Oops. Oh, I accidentally swapped to a different hero. Let's see, where were we? 200 range. We'll dump everything else into power. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Monkalicious. So fat. Fat upgrade. Oh my goodness. Doesn't even seem fair. The level of fatness in that upgrade. Alright, I think as far as trash gear, we're completely clear. Fort, range. Actually, that one's power and range. We'll take that. And where are we here? I feel like we can just dump on that one. Well, it's not a loot game. Or do you mean just the loot you find through it? They definitely, that's where, I mean, what makes a roguelite fun? You know, what makes a roguelite fun is being able to put together different items to create a super powerful build. So yeah, I'm hoping they add a bunch of diversity into that too, you know? Wow. Plague defense. That's a poison thing though. Don't plan on using any poison. Oh, that Borderlands and Going Rogue are just not even remotely similar games by any means. Oh, do you just mean like those combos? I mean, that would be very... I think that would be way too bland, to be honest, for a roguelite. It wouldn't encourage you to play through the game again after. I'm talking things like, you know, you combine like the different things in like Vampire Survivors and create a super weapon. That's what makes a roguelite fun, in my opinion. But that's, you know, of course, that's just my opinion. I think they should stick to trying to go for a Risk of Rain 2 / what's the shooter roguelite that I always forget the name of, y'all? It was quite popular like last year. What is it? I can't remember. Yeah, Gunfire Reborn. I personally think that they should stick for a Gunfire Reborn / Risk of Rain 2 type direction. You should move up to the next difficulty when you can, Blind. Yeah, I mean, it'll be the same thing with that one. Every co-op game is more fun with friends, right? I think that's just part of co-op gaming. We could probably diversify our stats here a little bit since we have nothing other than raw power. But we'll just keep dumping in power for now. Level 60, you get the last upgrade. So, like, I can max towers now. Alright, so I guess let's trash the gear. Let's look at my weapons again. Man, I'm so tempted here, but I really want to go with a physical damage weapon. I mean, I would settle for a minigun if it was physical. But I got all of these elements. Alright, let's just trash everything. Inventory clear. I never put the points in on my rogue, huh? I started really early today, Father Nate, so I'll be live for a while today. I don't know exactly how much longer, but I'll be live for quite a while. I started like 4 hours earlier than normal today. However, on that note, I do need to pee. So give me a couple minutes, y'all, and I will be right back. Right, sorry about that, y'all. We got quadruple espresso number 4 incoming. What's going on, Theta? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Theta. I do appreciate it an absolute ton. Where's the notification, dang it? It's lagging behind, it looks like. You start with campaign, and then you work up to survival bind. Survival is where the best loot in the game comes from, so if you're looking for loot, you want to do it on survival. XP per hour is better in survival as well, so if you're looking for XP, you should be in survival, but of course you got to do campaign to unlock that. the basic progression of the game is do campaign. I mean, it's in order. Do campaign, then do survival, then mess around with challenges. Then if you want to take it up to the next level from survival, you do mixed mode. And then that's where the line is drawn right there. All right, so we got 10 more levels to go, which is how much XP? I don't remember the exact amounts. Let me look real quick. Let's see. To get to level 70, I need 3,163,000 total XP. And I am at what? I'm at 91K. Or no, I don't. Is that right? Let me look at that again. Yeah, I need 3 million XP. What did I get? I got 1 million for running that last survival. Man, it's so much slower starting off on hard instead of insane. I cleared the campaign on hard, but I'm during the unlock stages. Mixed mode is survival, but the lane schedules are different, and it has a very small loot multiplier. It's 6%, if the data miners are correct. So yeah, mixed mode is 6%. So I'm going to pop back into this one. We're going to do it on hardcore, though. And we are going to go with a wave. See if I can do a wave 20 start. I'm not even sure if I can with the gear I have. I mean, I wanted to try some DSTs this time. Let me see my DST range, what it's going to be like. I can build further back here and do DST builds, I guess. Yeah, for hard to insane, you don't even have to look at the gear, really. Absolutely. See if this is going to hold. See, we still want... My aura's got a lot fatter, huh? That was some nice range increases there from those upgrades, that's for sure. And then we'll go with just a gas trap. Let's see, do we have enough range to split lanes? Man, it's so sketchy, but I mean, I think we do, really. But it's definitely, we are at that fine line where we're not going to get a whole lot of value out of it. And we're going to need some reflex for sure. See what that leaves. It's pretty good, really. I mean, I had some big gains. You can't see the range. I mean, for a gas trap, that's pretty good. I mean, see, the explosive trap is actually going all the way out to here now, which is pretty damn good, too. So, I mean, I'm pretty pleased with the range upgrades we got there. The PlayStation version is, now this is opinion, of course, but in my opinion, the PlayStation version is the best running console version of the game. They did an incredible job with the PlayStation port of the game. It runs better than Xbox or Switch. Now, like I said, that's an opinion, of course, but that is mine. Now, what do we want to do here? Do we want to skip the buff beam on the walls? Let's see how much DU this would give us. We went with a 4 buff beam there. I think here we'd want to go with a 5. Just to make sure we're far enough back. That gives me 40 DU left, which is not as much as I'd like. But that would get 2 DSTs here. Right now, there's, what, 19? And there's 4 more coming. And then that would give me 3 here. I'll have to see if that's a mistake, not buff beaming those walls on that side. What is the weakest defense now in the game? I'm not sure. No, doing non-meta stuff, Kenner. Last run we did Poons. This run we're going to do DSTs. I almost wish I had some gear on my monk. But let's see if this this will hold. This may not hold. Oof. Yeah. This is too Delphi. I don't have enough power for that. That's the XP difference on starting on hard instead of medium. I definitely got to start lower than wave 20. I went traps and Poons, and it held up great. PlayStation run. I played the game on a PlayStation 4, and the game never dropped below 60 frames per second ever in any situation. So I'm not really sure what your expectation is there, Cloud. But on a original, and I'm talking to OG when PlayStation 4 first came out, I'm playing on that model PS4, and the game ran completely flawlessly. Yeah, I didn't jump on the platform. That never helps, right? What's the most useful change? I think the smart targeting of traps and auras is probably the most useful. Alright, well that was a big old face palm. See, they're a little sketchy though, because they do still hit terrain. It's not flawless yet. It still needs work. Let's go back to Poons. Let's try a heavier Poon build though. Yeah, like they're weird. Like say that little pedestal right there was an enemy. If I had the Poon, say like right here, it would hit that wall. Yet if I had it right here, it would go through this stuff. So it's a little situational. Nah, I don't have enough power to do Poons and walls only. You gotta remember, I broke into insane mode, what, an hour ago. I've only done 2 maps. But with Poons, they're 3 DU less, so I'll be able to build more of them. We'll hide. I'll do a proper hide from Delphs this time. Yeah, it's really weird with the whole going through or no collision thing. How fast can the harpoons attack? I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's not share either. Actually, that's 8 more DU right there. So maybe I should share. Well, I mean, the harpoon of DD1 was a thing of awe and glory. Yeah, the fireballs were that good before. They didn't have a change at all, as far as I know. Let's put the explosive trap out here further. Or the poison trap, pardon me. I mean, I may just have to do earlier starts. Now I'm just being stubborn and insistent on the wave 20. Well, I don't know. Map wide is a little unrealistic, but I mean, it's only going out to that torch right there from right here, you know. So yeah, map wide is a little bit of an overstatement, but 4 fusion squires. Well, you figure on the squire, you get the blockade for free. So, like, if you did a guard set, you would have harpoons and blockades. So then you would just need... Or yeah, I mean, 4 squires would get all 5 defenses. So what do we got? We got 42 left, but we still need... What, we need reflex. It's just going to be a face roll, isn't it? It's those stupid Dark Elf Warriors, man. Literally the most challenging enemy in the game. We went 4 there. I get some. Let's see, that gives us 18. So that's 3 poons and a buff beam over here. Do we need 3, though? Can we do 2? That would allow me to buff my electric aura as well. And then that would give me 2 more DU. Let's just do 2. And then this wall gets an overclock. And then we got 2 more DU, so we can just... give a little kind of almost damn near unneeded reflect beam protection. Ballistas in DD2 are strong. They're just lame. That's the problem. Like, if you played DD1 and used ballistas and then you log into DD2, like, you instantly are like, oh, really? But yeah, there's quite a few players that have used ballistas up into the 500, 600 floors. You got to be able to walk on your ballista bolts, you know? If you can't walk across your line of ballista bolts, it just doesn't seem as good. All right, let's try the poons. Where you at, Delphs? Well, the poons appear to be an entirely different story than what those DSTs were. Now, I did do the right thing and ran ahead from the Delphs, so you definitely got to take that into consideration, as that is a pretty big deal. But yeah, man, the poons are shredding it. You go, poons. That is not bad. I mean, I'm only in insane mode, but my stats are reflective of that. I don't have, like, crazy beast mode stats. Those poons are doing really good. I think the harpoons are really close. I really think so. I mean, they're really close to being a really good, usable defense in many situations. I think traps are super close as well. I don't think it would require much more for harpoons or for traps to make them really, really awesome. I mean, those guys are wrecking, right? That was good. They did good. Way to go, Poons. I don't even know what my stat is. I don't remember. Let's look at him after this wave. Oh, no. Or no, I thought I lost a wall. I didn't lose a wall. He just walked a little funny. I should have just upgraded that one, huh? I think that would probably do it. I mean, if you didn't have to... Well, I mean, that's what we should do. We should compare it. Now, remember, the Poons have the Pierce, so it's not a single target defense. So it's not going to hit as hard as a single target defense. But if we go through and compare it to some other 4DU defenses... It's insane mode, Sacred Cow. So, doing non-meta builds here today. It's going good, though, Sacred Cow. I think, I mean, I'm hoping they throw out an update for the PTR to make some changes on the fly. Phil was here earlier on stream. He said he's working on the bowling balls today to make them a little more glorious. You know what? Let's get rid of blues. In the old loot filter here. We don't need no stinking blues. I think that's probably... I think the fireball will end up being better. I mean, I don't know the math, the direct single target math, but in my head, I got it in my head, I think a fireball will be better. We'll have to look with comparable stats. Well, you don't want to level in campaign, Ken. Assuming you did the break into the new tier trick by doing Ancient Mines as your second map in a new tier, you're gonna want to do survival runs. Campaign is super slow XP. I mean, we can test it right here. After I get done with this one. Let's look at it. I guess I need to actually do a speed run, though. You're so bored of Ancient Mines. I hear you, dude. Lava Mines might actually be a good choice now, because I don't think the top is opened. Is the top opened in Insane, or does that not open until Nightmare? Well, Hardcore gives no additional experience. That's a loot modifier. Well, you got to count the original maps, or well, I guess you would have to do it to unlock it anyway. Nah, Hardcore is a loot multiplier only. Oh shit, forgot to hide. It'll be the same for survival then. Glitterhelm takes so long to build, though. You would have to calculate in the build time, too. I mean, if Glitterhelm's given 1 million, including all the time it takes to build the map, it probably would be about the same as doing Wave 20 starts. But, I mean, the bottom line is why are we even discussing it in insane mode? Because to get into level 70 is a joke. The real grind is level 83. Uh-oh, facepalmed. You have to do some shenanigans with your save file, Zifla. So you have to pull out your... You have to pull out all of your save files and start the game locally on the regular live game. Make sure you save your normal save file, though. After you start the game locally in your regular live game, like create a hero or something, that way it forces a save, and then log back out. And I don't want any of that, Max. Like I said, it's insane mode, dude. It's a matter of no matter what you do, it's like an hour thing and you're done with it. So yeah, don't even bother sending me any of that. I still stand by survival because the loot is a joke. Oh, for the PTR thing? Well, you can send it to Zifla. Don't send it to me. But yeah, anyway, back out your save file. Save it somewhere. Don't delete it. Start the game on local. Force a save by creating a character. Log back out. Log back into the live game. It'll ask you whether or not you want to use your cloud or your local save. Choose local save. After you do that, log back out again. Download the PTR. Make sure your old PTR save file is deleted. And then restart the game. And it will load your current live save, which is the blank one. So it's just shenanigans. I don't suggest anyone mess with it unless you're comfortable with that, which, I mean, it's not really a big deal if you are comfortable with messing with save files. But boy, you will regret it if you lose that save and delete it and don't back it up. Oh, you will regret it. Especially when you contact support and they tell you, oh, well, you done screwed up, dude. Why are you fucking with your save files, man? We ain't doing shit. That's where the regret would really kick in. Oh, I'll go straight to endgame right when it first launches. But I'll do a fresh playthrough for sure when episode 2 launches. But like day 1, it first comes out, hell yeah, I want to check out the new shit. I'm going to be right to endgame instantly. I want to see the new shinies. That, and if Aramir can beat the new boss the first day, assuming there is one. If Aramir can beat the new boss the first day, and I can't, I know I'll be shamed. So I got to make sure I can beat the new boss on the day he beats the new boss to avoid all shame. But yeah, like the first week that the new update's out, I'll be grinding the hell out of the new endgame. I mean, you could do that, but instead of doing that, why don't you just play something different, Ziffler? I mean, that's the thing, is there's no law written anywhere that says we can only play Dungeon Defenders games. You know? Well, I mean, a fresh playthrough is always fun, but it just comes down to, do you want to give up everything you've grinded in the past? I mean, a new playthrough is always a blast. It's the best time, it's the most fun time in the game. The journey is definitely the fun. The destination gets a little bland kind of quick. Well, yeah, but then you have to make a decision of how much do you want to grind in on your new save file, you know? What's going on there, Omni? Yeah, man. All about the journey, you know? Once you get to the destination, well, that's when you start picking when your end will be, you know? In every game, not just Dungeon Defenders. Once you get to end game and you've beat end game, how much more do you really want to play the game? I mean, if you're still having fun and still grinding it out, then hell yeah. Keep having fun and grinding it out. But like, I mean, right now, for me personally, the list of games to play right now is so enormous. I really want to check out that Gladiator Guild Manager game. I wanted to check it out today, but... And then there's that event starting in Arc Nights on Thursday or Friday? I'm definitely going to want to play around with that. What's going on, Richard? Oh, no doubt there. No doubt there. That's where they really weren't wrong with DD2. Taking away the loot like they did. I mean, they tried to add it back in these last few updates. No news yet. When the update will be here. Figure at a minimum, I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be a PTR update, and they're going to make some changes based off of initial feedback. But that's an assumption, you know? I don't know that. But assuming that's the case, I would think the PTR would go at least 2 more weeks. And then figure another 2 weeks after that for them to adjust and make changes. But that's all just assuming. I have no real clues. See, that's a mixed thing, David. It's kind of funny. I agree with you. I personally didn't enjoy running around the maps in DD1 and opening the chest. But a lot of people really love that. I personally, instead of having like a 600-second build timer or something ridiculous before the map starts, I would have rather seen a 100-second build timer and then not make you run around the map and find all the loot. This is live right now, Omni. I'm not restreaming. But yeah, I mean, some people love the whole chest thing. I'm not one of those, but I know a lot of people do. Anybody that's playing DD1, though, I do want to do that event that's going right now. And it requires being a public event. So anybody that wants to get in on that, make sure you hit me up in Discord. I'd kind of like to do it later on today or tonight, maybe. Well, when the new update comes, it'll be more common. You don't shoot for level 105 gear right now. If you get any level 105 gear, then you call it good, or you consider yourself lucky and call it good. But you figure when episode 2 comes, level 105 gear will be more common because there's going to be a higher difficulty. It's those super rare. It's compare it if you play Dungeon Defenders 1, compare getting a usable 105 item to getting a usable Ultimate Plus piece. And by usable, I mean the actual proper stats and everything. Ooh. Slow fire rate with no additional projectiles. That's criminal. Lightning. God dang it, man. I just cannot find a good physical weapon. So there's your... See, I guess we don't even have to do it. And I certainly didn't go fast, Max. But you said you did 1.1 million experience. It took you 10 minutes. That was 3 million experience. It took me 23 minutes. So... plus the loot, plus the gold. I mean, it's just no comparison. But... it's all... getting through Insane, once again, is just... it's trivial. I mean, you're going to be through Insane just in a matter of just an hour or 2 hours or whatever. Hey, did we find a good weapon anywhere? Ooh, that's a badass pet. Look at that thing. Woo! Shiny. We'll take that bad boy. In fact, I'll throw this one here just to get the additional stats. Did we get any weapons? Man, just cannot find a physical weapon, huh? There's one. 0.43 Inspired Assault. It's got the piercing shot. Man, that might be worth using. It's the same attack rate. That one's physical. Let's take this one. Just because I'm itching to spend some money. Oh, I need a sword too. See, one more question. How will they do the Arcanist armor? If we get all sets, there's no need for regular gear. I don't know. I would guess they're going to change something with Arcanist armor. I don't really know. But in theory, Arcanist armor is the same thing that's wrong with the base game. And that is, if you had all Arcanist armor, then all other armor would be completely unnecessary, right? Well, it's the same thing with Rifted mode. Once you're in full fusion gear, there's no reason to play any other game mode. So, I don't know what they'll do, but I can say if I personally was designing the game, I would design the game so that there was more reason to play all of the game modes and focus on that going forward, which means there's going to have to be a big rework to what's currently in the game. But I mean, if you look at the average online player base, and without looking, I'm assuming right now on Steam it's probably like 50-60 players tops. If you just look at that, then you already know something needs to happen, right? So they're gonna have to do something. What that is, I mean, I feel for whoever has to make those design decisions, because you know, you got the 50 people that are playing, it's going to piss them off because it's going to make all their shit irrelevant. You know? But, of course, you can't build the game based off of those 50. You need to get that back up into the hundreds. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel for the person who's got to make the design decisions going forward, because they're going to have some work to do. It's just all there is to it, right? They gonna have their hands full. Just throw some randomness in. Let's get some bigger explodes, huh? Where are we at? We're at actually, we're at 200. 71 players currently. Nice. I mean, that's more than it's been. Now, of course, this is the worst XP survival map you can do, too. You really want to be doing this one. But since I started off on this one, I'm not going to go through that one and unlock it when I'm so close to hitting Nightmare anyway. Actually, I should, huh? Actually, you know what? Damn it, I kind of want to now because I want to test the trap build. You guys call it. It's going to be boring as fuck to watch. But do you guys want to see if the old trap meta will work on Insane Survival Prom? Because this is the XP farm map, not Ancient Mines. Ancient Mines is the starter map. If you guys want to see it, I'll do it. But if you guys don't want to see it, then I'm just going to get to Nightmare. So y'all decide. Y'all decide. Pick a number, any number. Get the Nightmare, Kenner says. Nightmare, then do it. Fail upwards. Good call, good call. Well, I'm not trying to progress, Cartonian. I'm just having fun and playing with the new stuff. So, I mean, I'm not in a rush to get to Massacre mode or anything. I'm just playing. But it looks like everybody's saying Nightmare anyway. So let's just go to Nightmare. So we need what? 5 more levels. Oh, actually, I haven't done Insane Survival yet here either. Do we want to... Nah, there's no reason to do Rift mode now. Let's go, let's do Campaign Summit, because we're going to need that as well. Just for the unlock. I did put it on Insane, right? Yeah. Alright, what's the build, y'all? We're going to go DSTs, we're going to go Harpoons, Traps and Auras heavy. It's not much quicker when you look at the health of the enemies. Depends on how geared you are. Ken says DSTs. Alright. Well, let's get the basics thrown down. Actually, we're on campaign. We got to do the wave 1 start. Let's start off with something like this, I guess. Thanks here, Levi. I mean, I love talking about Dungeon Defenders games. I just end up getting myself all worked up so often. And, you know, I'm too old for that shit. You're supposed to have fun playing your games, right? So when I get myself all bent out of shape arguing about, or just getting all salty about the various decisions they've made. What the hell happened there? I tabbed off screen or something. Wow, we actually got enough for a fairly decent starter build here. Shit, we're gonna be able to get traps on every lane? What? Crazy. No. I don't have any intention of going through that. This map is a grinder on survival. I mean, I'll do it on when we get to Massacre mode. Oh shoot, I forgot to upgrade my weapon. I want to get that done here. I mean, you never know. Maybe I'll find a better weapon here. There's no need to upgrade it for this fight, I don't think. Yeah, at some point, no, I'll do a video for returning players. I'll probably wait until they do the changes from this update. But I'll definitely put out a tips and tricks for returning players to understand what's changed and what's different. I would assume so. I would assume there will be more pets, but... But I'm only assuming, you know? Yeah, well, there's actually more than 2 tie blides, to be honest. If you only caught 2 of them, consider yourself lucky. There's a lot of tie blides. Let's get our flyer control in. Actually, I should put it down here, huh? Zifla with the sub, thank you so much. I appreciate it an absolute ton. Alright, that leaves me the mighty DST. Let's do that. And then let's go like how do we want to do it? How do we want to go? Let's go. God, I am so overkilling this, aren't I? Oh, out of juice. Needs more juice. Oh, don't plan to max out on 105 until episode 2 is here. You just will not achieve it. Remember that level 90 gear with their proper stats is better than 105 gear with the wrong stats. So your chances of getting a full set of 105 gear that has the correct stats on it is unrealistic by every means. I mean, the heaviest grinders in the game have nowhere near a full set. Levi, thank you so much. I do appreciate it a ton. More DSTs, please. Thank you. May I have another? What are we waiting on here? What's not dying? Why, yes, please. I would love some more DSTs. How many is that? 8? 8 is not enough DSTs. Oh, out of juice again. Dang it. I'm sure there's some laying. The new defense range indicators do look quite nice. Everybody misses the DST. It's glorious. You know what? For those of you all that have played Going Rogue, man, if they add that Splody DST in, that is going to be so wonderful. It's probably going to be a little bit OP. But boy, is that thing going to be nice. Nice, 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 nice. Let's do this. Actually, you know what? 8 DSTs is probably enough. DST fans everywhere cringe. 8 is never enough. But I kind of wanted to get buff beams in on this stuff. That's what I'm saying there, Sacred Cow. I mean, I feel shameful. Don't get me wrong. I feel very shameful. My DST usage here is so disappointing. I fully understand that. Tell you what, we'll go one more. We'll go one more. That was the meta on this for so long. I mean, not for survival, of course, but for campaign runs. DST only. I mean, plus buff beams and reflex, of course, but... Oh yeah, it's on now. Live by one rule, all DSTs or no DSTs. Like Aramir, you're a good example at the very top of the food chain. On your best character, on your best hero, how many level 105 pieces do you have equipped? On your very best one. Zero, except for a pet. Yeah. I think on my best one, I've got a pet and an accessory. But I think that's a pretty normal... a very normal expectation for people. Oh yeah. The grind for the buff pets is real. Well, thanks there, Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I debated. I get a lot of comments about my voice, and to me, of course, it sounds very normal. But I debated on doing one of two things on a different YouTube channel. First off, I really love movies. I like watching movies. I just enjoy them. So I debated on doing a YouTube Shorts channel that is 1 minute video review or 1 minute movie reviews. And then another aspect of me, and then on the 1 minute video reviews, of course, I could do an extended for each one that's like 5 minutes or whatever, and make it a non-short, but use the YouTube Shorts system as a way to grow the channel. And then I also thought about just doing something, some kind of satire channel that's altogether different. That, like, I can't remember who it is, but there's a guy that's super funny that makes satirical versions of this How It's Made videos. I can't remember who it is, but hats off to him because his stuff's funny as hell. I debated on doing that as well. The 1 minute movie reviews, the thing that would make it nice too is I could get my wife in the mix and do something with her, you know? Not that I don't do things with my wife now, but you know what I mean. Now there's somebody... No, it's not an egg thrower. Well, I mean, he might be an egg thrower. I only watch his... I can't remember who it is, though. But he, like, takes the regular How It's Made videos and voices over them himself and makes it funny as hell. You know? I can't remember who it is. But I think the 1 minute movie reviews would be good. And I don't know if you guys know how copyrights with movies work, but if you're making a video and you're providing your own voiceover and you're redoing the content, you can use like a portion of a movie scene straight through without it being any copyright infringement. But it's like very short. It's like, 15 seconds or 10 seconds or something like that is all that you can use. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say DST still wreck insane campaign summit, huh? His videos are so funny because he starts off. I really wish I knew who it was, or I could remember who it was. He starts off, like it sounds legit, like it's real. He's like doing the real how it's made. And then he'll get to a point and just completely, yeah, that's who it is. That's who it is. It's Hugbees. That's exactly who it is, Sinbad. Anyway, his videos are funnier than shit. I strongly suggest anyone who wants a good laugh to watch some of those. They're hilarious. How it's actually made. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably what he calls it. Anyway, I debated on doing something like that too, but I think the 1 minute movie reviews would be a lot more, there'd be a lot more content potential, you know? And then I also thought about doing like, a top 10s channel of covering various things. Best 10, blah, blah, blah. Worst 10, blah, blah, blah. And just doing lists. Kind of wishing I would have upgraded this weapon now. I think this might be a slow burn against the boss. I mean, we'll see. Most of my damage right now comes from my devices anyway. Jawzilla, what's up, man? It's going good. Going good. Just kind of chillaxing. Back on that new player experience here in the current PTR update. The problem with online casino courses is I would have to spend a bunch of money to be able to set it up, and then I don't have money like that to spend. So that's the trouble with the online casino courses. Plus, the content would be very limited. I mean, once you teach somebody how to count cards on a blackjack table, how many different videos about that can you make, you know? And I don't want to, like, some of the stuff, I mean, I would have no problem doing a Secrets of Casinos video, because there is no secrets. It's all right out in the open. They tell you right up front, your chances of winning here is absolute dog shit, and people go in there and spend their money anyway. I mean, if you play a slot machine, you just expect to throw your money in the trash, period. And if you get lucky, you got lucky and had fun, you know? And I think everyone knows this already. But that's the trouble with casino-oriented things. First off, the content would be very limited. But second off, I don't want to burn any bridges because, you know, I could be working in another casino again here before long. So I don't want to be the guy that pisses off the casino industry on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, as far as like secrets, there are no secrets. It's all well known right out front. You go into a casino, you're throwing your money away. Don't gamble. Use it as pure entertainment purpose if you have money to throw away. but have zero expectations of winning, and sure as hell don't go in there where you have to win or you can't do something in real life. That would just be tragic. And then you go in, if you have fun and you win, then you won, right? Having fun and getting paid is a double whammy win. But just go in expecting to be entertained and nothing more. It's all about the devices anyway. This weapon's not doing terrible, huh? Oh, I actually got him. I didn't think I was going to get him. Edit out all the bad words and repost that. I mean, it's truth. You know, I mean, I've worked in a casino a long, long time. In many circles, I would be considered a casino expert. I have seen it all, y'all. I have seen it all when it comes to casinos. I've seen people piss and poo all over themselves, refusing to leave a blackjack table because they thought that the deck was going in their favor. I mean, I have literally seen all the nasty, ooey, icky things you could possibly imagine in a casino. Alright, what is it going to be? Back up Speedy. Give us another Speedy, y'all. One more Speedy. Striking. We'll take striking. Got us a shotgun. Got another, ooh, fancy monocle there, huh? Alright. Oh, shit. I didn't see the number. Did anybody see the XP amount? I didn't see how much it was. Oh, shit. It was right there on that other screen. I should have looked. Do we want to put this on? Put it on Mr. Poons. 1.74. It's not too bad, huh? For the striking on him. We'll give him a little range. Alright, so we don't need crap to be able to level up to 70. Let's just do the summit one more time. If it was 1.74, how much do I need to get there again? At level 70, I need 3.1 million. Oh shit, it's not showing the cumulative anymore. Didn't it used to show the cumulative? Well, let me see. To get from 68, that's 110.9. That would get me to 69. To get me to 70, that's 113. So I only need 200,000 XP to get to 70. Let's try a Pooner. Let's try a Pooner only. Or DSTs only. See if the mighty DST can hit payday with low stats. We better give it a little bit more range just to be safe, huh? Alright. Go, go, DST! It feels pretty good, really, Jawzilla. I'm using new non-meta stuff, so I'm not going with any metas anywhere, and it's been a pretty smooth experience. Now, of course, anytime I do one of these new player experience things, I'm not really getting a new player experience because I already know so much about the game, you know? So, like, I'm trying to get a new player experience. Ooh, that was a little fail. Little fail in the placement. I guess, you know, the only way for me truly to get a new player experience... I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it on stream. It would involve brownies that are legal in the state of Washington. Black Flame, what's up, man? What's up? There's a mystique of a casino, and that's what people want. See, the problem is, well, first off, you're always going to see people win in the casino, right? It's your birthday. Well, happy birthday there, Black Flame. You're always going to see people win in a casino, and if no one ever won in a casino until spam DD2 until you forget about DDA, I would rather eat dog vomit repeatedly for a month. I've played enough DD2, man. That, and I mean, you can't forget what you know, right? It would require something inducing other than eating dog vomit. Maybe go to ostrich vomit. Maybe that would get the job done. What was I going on about? Oh, but the problem is people do win. And every time someone that's desperate sees someone win, they end up going deeper than they should, anticipating the same to happen for them. And that's one of the real struggles, you know? Over the last year, it has gotten more updates than this, absolutely. But, I mean, what has it gotten, though, is the thing. It's gotten old maps that were already done, that were never released, sitting there waiting to be handed to us. It's got heroes that have been in the game for 10 years. Like 15 new heroes. It hasn't had 15 new heroes since the game launched, man. But, I mean, realize, too, DD2 has gotten a lot more love than DDA. I'm not saying that for a second. Chromatic has screwed the pooch bigger than fuck in their neglect of DDA. That is without question. But the changes that were put into DD2 were not things that took it a whole lot of work. It was something that one person could do over the course of a month, and they could squeeze a little bit more cash out of the game, you know? Well, yeah, I mean, they're gonna reuse or use assets from... I mean, let's take a look at Going Rogue. Chromatic is not afraid to reuse assets, y'all. Look at every Dungeon Defenders game. I mean, how many games has this map been in that I'm on right now, for God's sakes? Is the third, fourth, if you count mobile? Or was this one ever on mobile? I don't know, I didn't make it that far. Well, I mean, there's nobody playing right now, so it needs a content update. Then it needs love. It not just needs a content update. The community has to see that Chromatic is willing to put time and effort into the game, which they have completely lost most of that confidence from many, many players. Everyone thinks DDA is abandoned, you know? I mean, everybody thinks every Dungeon Defenders game is abandoned. It's not just DDA. But it's not, there is no overnight fix for getting DDA squared away. It's going to need multiple updates over a period of time to show that they're actually caring about the game. DDA is never intended to get all the content from DD1, so no, that's never been the plan. So that hasn't happened. It's not a DD1 remake. If it was a DD1 remake, we'd be having entirely different conversations right now. It's just Chromatic insists on reusing maps over and over and over and over and over again through all their games. That gives people the impression that it's a remake. You're not alone, Agonod. Many people. It's nothing. No offense to any of those people. They designed a game that looks like a remake, and then it's not. You know, and then if you wanted a remake, that of course becomes irritating to you. Throw some spinny boys around. If you have an old device, David, there's people on Discord that have it running. Oh, it's incredible. It's a powerhouse. It comes to it down to its survivability. Definitely not its coolness factor or anything. The thing is cool as hell, no doubt. Jesus, man, we got so much mana. I gotta use the mana to get to XP, right? I mean, I don't even know what I want to use it on at this point. Or use all the DU. I think you might have to go with like a really old an emulator that has a really old version of the game, maybe. I'm not sure, but I know that people have gotten it running on old Android devices. Let's see. Completely unnecessary, but using that DU. And I think we're good. Let it fly. A Galaxy S2, I think, is way too new, though. It's got to be older than that. When a Galaxy S2 is way too new, that's how you know. I don't remember what version of Android it is, though. And I don't want to call them out because I don't want them to get pestered about it from me saying it on stream. But the person that I know for sure got it running is now a Chromatic employee, so they wouldn't be able to help you out with getting it running. It's from 2011. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what version of Android it was on. But like I said, I know there's people that have gotten it going. Android 4.1 at the top end. What's going on, Jeremiah? How you doing? Yeah, but you can still get it. I wasn't either. I wasn't playing Dungeon Defenders when it was on mobile. I'm doing good, man. Just kind of chillaxing. Doing a new player playthrough off of the PTR here with no meta towers. I mean, DSTs could debatably be considered a meta tower. But in most forms and functions, it is not a meta tower in the current state of the game. It's pretty good, but it's not meta. Just started DDA yourself a few days ago. Nice. Yeah, you would need the APK to run it. Staying hydrated? Yes and no. I've got lots of drinks, but none of them are keeping me hydrated. I got a little tiny bit of tea left that's no longer hot tea and is now room temperature tea, but still tasty. I got the remainder of a quadruple espresso left. And then I've got a fruit punch flavored energy drink. I am mixing it up and ODing on the caffeine today. I just did it on PlayStation, Jeremiah. If you look at my PlayStation playthrough, on this playthrough, I won't go to the keep. Well, there's no reason to do the keep until you get to massacre mode. And I don't plan on playing through this particular playthrough that long. But I did just do a fresh start on PlayStation not long ago. That's the live version of the game. Well, I guess DST spam does work. I ended up throwing in other stuff because I didn't place the DSTs tight enough. I think normally I have at least 2 more DSTs here. Yeah, I got 3 pointed each direction, so maybe that's what I do normally go with. Oh, I hear you there. It's been happening to me worse than normal here lately. Trying to hunt down my cursor. Guess we could throw some upgrades on this stuff. Right, here we go, boss time. See if this boss man will give me enough to jump over to level 70. It's so huge. Quality of life, Zipflight, it really is. And once you get used to it, oh my god, it's so hard going back. Multiple monitors. Oh my god. Multiple monitors are just so nice. Get pewed. Oh, you know how that goes, David. You can always find a way to use them. Even when I'm not streaming, I end up realizing how much of a how much of an entitled PC user I am when I got a game I'm casually playing on one monitor, a game that I'm AFK in on a second monitor, and Netflix on a third monitor. It's like, oh man, you can always find a way, you know? Multiple 38 inchers? Wow, that's fancy. I got 3, I think, I want to say mine are 27 inches, but I got 3 of them. .38-inch widescreen. That sounds snazzy. All right. See what kind of a pet he gave me. Speedy. Come on, damn it. I want to look at you on the ground. A sturdy. Boo. Can I get a bunch of boos in chat, please? Sturdy. Oof. When you play games that can handle the 21-9 ratio, it looks glorious. I bet, man. Well, the lowest it is 1, the highest it is 4. But even, I mean, you can get it up to 4 on any quality. Like this one is 2 by default. Max target's 2 on that speedy. That one's 4 on the sturdy. Who else had 1? The striking is 4. So it's between 1 and 4. Why am I still getting green weapons, I wonder? Or it was just that one. Or that's the one I had. Alright, Nightmare, here we come, y'all. I guess I should go through the loot and clear it, huh? Wow. Range, power, rate. Ooh, oh man. All kinds of schnazzy on that one. Let's just take that anyway. Get a little bit of fort in the mix. Did we get, that's about the same quality. I'm not even going to bother with that one. Where are we at? We need more power, right? Starting to get mad range built up here. In fact, I feel like I could lose a little bit of it. Use your TV as your third monitor. That's fair. That's fair. All right. What about the old apprentice? Oh, plagued. Boo. That's a little bit better. I lose some power, but I gain a bunch of rate. Whatever. We'll take it and look at the rest of the goods. Pick up some extra range. A little bit rate. We lose some fort out of it. I mean, that one's so close. Let's see what our stats are. Let's go into power there. Plagued. I think we're in pretty good shape. You know what? I'm not even going to bother looking at the loot on the Huntress. Let's see. Let's go defense rate. Power and range, the defense damage. I feel like my current is better. Ooh, here's another defense damage piece. I mean, that's it up. I feel like I'm probably good here, too. What are we doing on stats? Power, range, rate. Go a little bit more into that. I really need to start mixing things up on my EV here. Power and range. I don't want to lose the power. That one might be worth it to get a little fort in the mix. Power. Yes, please. See, we need a chest. Well, I mean, that's better than what I'm using. Do we have any more accessories left? And then I want to start evening these out and going a little bit more into rate. Let's see. Let's take it down to 4, or we'll make it 375 power. And 170 rate. And then on Mr. Rogalicious. Power, yes please. More armor, yes please. Haha. It's almost like I haven't looked at upgrades on this guy in a while. Like, everything is huge. No headpiece. That's alright. Let's see. Did I ever get a sword? Sword drops are just unheard of right now, right? Look at this. I'm still using my level 1 sword. I need to play actively on the Squire for a couple of waves, I think. Let's see. Let's just scrap everything. I probably should have saved my pets, right? That one we can trash. I think we'll save this one. Yeah, we'll just save the one. And then let's trash everything else. And then we got some points. We're going to be in Nightmare now. I think it's going to be more important for me to be able to deal with some of those Nightmare enemies. But let's see. Before we get started in Nightmare, I think I'm going to go grab a refill on the tea here real quick. So, I do apologize, y'all, but give me one moment here, and I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. I have returned. Right, so where were we? Massacre, or Nightmare Massacre. I'm jumping ahead a little, huh? So, rinse and repeat. To get to Ancient Mines, we got to do Deeper Well. Now, here's the shitty part, is you got to play through all of the Nightmare campaign, because you can no longer just jump to get the summit. Because, of course, to unlock Massacre requires level 83 and having the summit unlocked. Which means I've got to play through. So what we're going to do is play through Deeper Well and Ancient Mines. We'll then do Ancient Mine Survival. Then we'll play through the rest of the campaign and Nightmare. But let's do it. I'm going to stick with the same non-meta type builds. I want to use as many poons as possible. And I think I'm finally in a position where I can do some lane sharing with auras and whatnot. Ooh, look at the big hit I had on my aura range. Woo! That's a big drop. Holy shit balls. My range took a hit. I am Nightmare, right? Yeah, Nightmare. Once I get into survival, I will. I'm not going to bother with it here. The drops are going to just be trash here. So it's just... Oof. Wave 1 Ogre. How evil. My spin ain't doing shit to him. Good lord. Yeah, survival for all loot. Campaign for nothing. Campaign, you do campaign for unlocks and survival for the loot. I see you, Striking Gemstone. Looking all schnazzy. Let's grab some explosive traps. We're going to put those back here. That way they can be triggered by ground mobs, but also by the spiders. Damn spooters. We only got 34 left. So funny, you see the tutorial UI has popped up. Alright, so with 34 left, we kind of need gas traps in, right? Well, we can share those. That leaves me 28. God, I gotta take this striking off. That's just gonna trigger me the entire time. We'll give him a speedy. Okay, then that leaves me 8, which sadly is not enough DU to do what I wanted, but it is enough to do a little something. So we'll go 3 there. debris there. And then instead of protecting the walls, I'll protect the poons instead. Well, it's still on a test build, so it depends on how much change. I mean, it needs changes. So, I don't know. I mean, it could be here as quick as, say, like 3 weeks, or if they put in changes to what's currently on the PTR for more testing, then it will be longer. You know, figure 4 weeks or 5 weeks or whatever. I don't know if Phil's still around, if that's something he can even answer. He might not be able to answer that question at the moment, but, I mean, it would be nice to know if there's going to be a PTR update mid-PTR. Which, I mean, like I said, I would assume that there is, but I don't know that. Complete guess. And we got Rachel. Rachel behind, who is that in front? Bamboo the Scavenger. Oh shit, we got triple ogres. You'd almost think this is Ogre Well or something, huh? Do I want to get... I don't think I want to get rid of purples yet until I get a little bit, at least the first dozen or so waves of a survival run done. Ogre Well living up to its name. Oh, indeed. The key there is to try to get them all tagged. And that way you get your devices applied to all of them at the same time. Get wrecked, you dirty ogres. All right. Let's go ahead and continue on along to the next map. And then we'll do a little rinsing and repeating. God, look at how tiny the auras are now. Jesus. No, it's a sharkin! Well, the next major update will be the Episode 2 update, which will bring a new act, 4 new maps, and 2 new heroes. This is not that. This is, like a quality of life and balance update that will happen before that major content update happening. So we still got a little ways to wait on the big update. Yeah, this is just criminal right here. These R's are way too baby sized. We should start getting some pretty fat stacks of gold here pretty soon too. Alright, let's see. We know we need the gas, right? Let's go gas, and gas. We'll get some poons popping over here. Oops. Well, that's not an EV at all, is it? Oh yeah, no doubt. The legendary drops will be way more normal in insane mode. Or in nightmare mode, pardon me. That's the good feeling you get. Like when you're first playing through the difficulties of the game, it's big jumps in power. You know, you go from insane mode to nightmare mode, you get some big, huge gains. And that's really where so much of the fun is, you know? Getting those big power increases. Need to get up on my fresh espresso here. Get that caffeine flowing. Right. Very nice, very nice. trying to get adjusted into chill kickback mode here because I know I got a grinder ahead of me here with the next survival map. Yeah, they're going to be really low quality, though, is the thing. You know, you'll start getting those mythical pieces, but they're going to be much lower end. Which, I mean, that's what you need at this point anyway. Because you're only going to be, like, level 70. Like, after completing this and then going through the full Nightmare campaign, I'll probably only be 72 or 73. So, I mean, this is where the real grind begins, for sure. The first real grind in the game. Don't want these getting all spootered on. Man, I don't feel like I'm doing any damage with my spin move. It's all about that weapon and then not having it upgraded. Got more ogre? No, that's it, right? I think that's it. There we go. Ancient Mines complete. Right, we actually got a bunch of loot, believe it or not. I think I'm just going to stick with what I'm using, though, because I'm going to get stuff way better here. Yeah, let's just stick with what I'm using. In fact, I'm just going to trash everything. Trash it all. Actually, we got some. Let me see. We got any real standout pieces? We actually do have some pretty nice pieces. You know what? I'm just going to trash it. Trash it all. There isn't really a use. Got our first bot ban of the day over on the Twitches. See you there, Mr. Twitch bot. All right. So now we want to go Nightmare Ancient Mines. And we'll just kind of drool on ourselves here for an hour or whatever. Hey, you know what? Why not just go with walls and kill everything? Took you an hour to get to 16. On Nightmare? I'm not sure how long it'll take. It took me, what, 58 minutes to do Insane, so I'm assuming it'll take me probably 90 minutes to do Nightmare, maybe? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, you can easily dump hour after hour after hour into these survival maps if you don't, if you're just in full chillax mode, you know? You know what? I'm going to try something a little different this time. We're going to go just in snares. That's going to free up 2 DU per lane. And then we're going to add... explosives instead. Actually, can we just split? We might be able to just split a gas trap. Let's try it. I might have to go back in and build it. Build a proper one. Enrage auras? Well, I want to check the... poonage. Is the thing. I want to try to go as many poons as possible. But while still knowing that I just... absolutely have got to get buff beams on stuff. I got mixed emotions what to do here. I mean, I guess I could move these explosive traps over so they're touching more and go with one little buff beam up here. I have to see what it takes to get a buff beam from wall to wall here. I'm assuming that would be 5 DU though. Alright, Quiet Sam, enjoy your day. Alright, let's check that real quick. What is it going to take me to go wall to wall? Actually, it's 4 DU right there. Let me see if that's actually getting them both, though. Okay, it got that one. And it got that one. So, yeah, let's move the Splodies in. So it hits those buff beams. All right, Jeremiah, take it easy. Thanks for swinging by, man. Have a great day. Let's see. See what this is going to leave me with here. Crap. You know, I should turn... Actually, I should turn this one so that it's just, say, covering that lane and giving me a little spider protection. That leaves me 14. Actually, you know what? I don't even think I need to do that. Let's do this instead. We'll give this one a longer buff beam. And then we'll go like this. We'll put the 2 lane poons in. And then back here, we'll give it 1 to handle to clear spiders. Then this one we can leave going forward. That's going to give me 2 more DU. I'm out of juice. Is there any land? Probably not enough to build, huh? Yeah, let's just let it fly. There's not enough to build. We should be in pretty darn good shape now. You, of course, need all the upgrades and whatnot. But I think these poons will put some work in here now. The gas traps are a bit of a struggle. All right, let's see. Well, we know we need a buff beam here, right? And then we got 2 DU. What do we do with the 2? Well, I mean, part of me feels like I should protect them from spiders by going like something like that. I think let's just go with it. And then now we should be able to chillax it out for at least 5 or 6 waves, I would think. We will have to see how that goes. Yeah, spin move is just way too weak until you get the proper weapon for it. Just keep letting them fly here. So it's going to be at least 5 or 6 more waves probably until there's any decent loot dropping. But I mean, the poons are shredding it here. They're doing really, really well. Check out the ogre action here. See what it's like without me shooting at him. He's getting tore up pretty good. Exclamation PTR in chat there, Fawaz. We'll get you a link to the patch notes. But the TLDW or TLDR would be they buffed harpoons, they buffed walls, they added in pet transmogs. They added in a auto targeting for upgrades and repairs that allows you to come up to, say, an RN trap stack like this and just spam into it, and it will rotate through and upgrade evenly. Well, the content, this isn't a content update. If another Arcanist piece comes, it will come during the content update. It won't come... I mean, it's not intended to drop prior to the next content update. And like I said, I really think that they'll end up changing the Arcanist stuff in some way. Just becomes too strong. They could make it complete any set, and then any changes they make to the other sets. I was doing pretty good before I got over here. This is only wave 6, though. Hard to really measure anything off of wave 6, right? Little Pepper got a pool today, a little doggy pool. I'm curious if she's out there having a blast in it or if she's afraid of it. She's a puppy still. Ooh, got the 21 in the game crash. That stinks, man. Another minigun. Sorry, y'all. I'm tabbed out for just a moment here. Checking stuff and things. God, I got so many messages here today. They go to them. I think it's like, I don't know how much info they actually get out of the reports, but I can tell you that those crash reports, ICE sees all of them. Now, like I said, I don't know how beneficial that is to them in actually identifying any issues. These poons should have a little window where they're just shredding the ogres. In fact, I'm gonna try to not upgrade or not shoot the ogres this wave and see how they do. I mean, it looks like these harpoons are just wrecking. Oh man, it shredded through that pack like it was nothing. Now once again, this is only wave 8, so tough to judge too much. But it's definitely shredding them. See how the ogre fares. Where is he? Not out yet. We're getting there. That's definitely the challenge I think that they're going to run into with not just the walls, but lots of defenses like the harpoons. Here, the harpoons seem like they're completely shredding, but on Massacre mode, they seemed better than they were, but still not great. So I think that's going to be the challenge, is for them to find a way to balance them throughout the course of the game, throughout the various difficulties, you know? Let it fly again, but I mean, hell, we're at wave 9 now, and I feel like it's still just AFK and chill mode, and we're on our very first Nightmare Survival. So, I mean, the poons are definitely doing really good. And they're about to get a huge upgrade by when I get this gear. See how this wave holds with no intervention at all. Here comes an ogre. Just the one right now. He's putting shots in on the wall. Oh, he's wrecked. Barely got any damage out at all of the wall. I forgot I wasn't supposed to shoot. Oops. Very nice. Wave 10 and still full shred. Holy crap. And now the gear is just flowing in. I think now we can turn... Or we still got epics on. We should probably turn epic off now and just get legendary or better. See what's dropping. Oh, there's legendary gear all over the ground. So yeah, I'm assuming I got a bunch of legendary in my inventory. This is going to be some massive, massive gains here. Kind of excited to see what happens. Because remember, the harpoons are doing this well, and that's in insane gear. That's not even in nightmare gear at all. Now, the ogres are going to keep getting fatter and fatter and fatter, you know? Going to be some thick boys here before long. Three shots on the wall, which was not enough to do hardly anything to it. Well, nothing new since last week, Grubby, but this PTR was all about balance and quality of life. Exclamation PTR in chat will get you a link to the patch notes and all the changes. It's like we got a stuck Delph up here. Shoot, man, he's not going to want to come out either. He's partially spawn protected, so my shots aren't doing anything to him. I can cleave into him. There we go. At some point, I'm going to have to do something with my loot. Oh, wrecked. Hey, this ogre's still getting burned, but gonna get a few shots off for sure. All right, hell, I mean, what wave should I go to before I look at the gear? Because that's going to be big upgrades. It's going to make the map run smoother, right? I mean, I guess let's... I mean, it's wave 12 now. I guess we can go to wave 15 and check it out. See what we got. I mean, I know there's going to be upgrades. Like a bunch of them. I don't think my inventory will fill up by 15, so I guess that's a good metric to go by. The giraffe pet. Bipolar, I don't have any health on any of my gear. All the health I have is coming off of that giraffe. So, I mean, if you're having survivability issues, always use a giraffe on a treadmill pet. It's just a stat stick, so it's going to give you a big bump in health. Let's upgrade that instead. Got smacked a little here. I'm assuming that was from a ranged shot, maybe. Maybe an ogre threw at those from like right here. See if we can't get this guy out instead of pushing him back in there further. No, god dang it, man. Still stuck. At least now I can shoot him. He's out far enough where he's not spawn protected. Yeah, it's only weapon offhanded pet. And the giraffe can give you such a huge value, like stat stick value. Just crazy. Crazy. See the wave 13 ogre full AFK. Let's see how he does. At the duck even. Poor Ed. Yeah, he's getting melted. He's already almost a half. See, 1 shot. There's 2 shots. 3 shots. 4. Almost 4. Let's see what he did to the wall. Practically nothing. Oh, I got exploded. These spiders dropping in are certainly not helping things here. Let it fly. Here's wave 14. I guess we'll check the loot after this one. See if we can't get a little more power gains going here. The spiders are giving me the most problem, believe it or not. I feel like I need to have a explosive trap right here. But those spiders are dropping, and before this harpoon can turn, they're getting a bunch of shots off. Jin getting chunked away. Yeah, it's almost like I need to free up 3DU. I'm tempted to do something with these explosive traps. I'm gonna have to do something though, because those poons are getting hit by those spiders way too often. How much is this hitting for, I wonder? Oops. It's not hitting super hard. Let's get rid of that. And let's change it up just a little here. Gonna go like that. Actually, so I guess I didn't need to get rid of the gas, but whatever. And hopefully that'll handle or take care of this harpoon or the spider issues back here. Those guys are getting irritating, that's for damn sure. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the gear. Militia gear first. Oh my god. Huge fat gains. Power, range, and rate. It's got the sweet 3. Power, range, and rate. It's 28 additional rate and 27 different additional power, but I'd be losing 102 range. I'll pass on that one. Wasn't as fantastic as I expected it to be. All right, let's see what else. We're not using, well, I mean, we can still check the gear, right? Fort power rate with a bunch of range on it. I mean, it's not a great piece, but it's an upgrade over what I'm using. Power, range, and rate with fort. I think that's an upgrade. Power, range, and rate with more range. That's a big upgrade. I mean, that's an upgrade. Even though I lose a couple points of rate on the bottom, I pick it back up top. All right, let's see. How about the traps? Fort, range, and rate with power up top. I mean, it's not great, but it's an upgrade. The fort, range, and rate, but I lose 44 range up top. That one seems a little sketch. It does kind of seem that way, David, no doubt. See where we're at. Let's go a little more range. Man, I can't leave it at 199. Let's take one away. Can't leave it at 199. That's terrible. Man, big ups, big ups. 81 power on that one. Woof. All right. Do I need to bother with the... Probably not, but I will anyway. Oof, damn. Fat upgrade, man. Holy shit. They're 30. I think it's worth it for the rate. I mean, same thing here. It's worth the 26 rate to lose 4 power, you know? Oh, wow, but look at this one. Let's go that one and get the power. How we doing? 500 power, 300 rate. Let's go more power. All right, I'm not going to bother with... Well, I guess I could just look at them. I still got plenty of inventory space left. Listen, oh, there's a sword finally. From 86 DPS to 1500 DPS. Yeah, I'd say that's probably an upgrade, huh? Oh, Jesus. It's a Therian champion, though. That one's Inspired Assault. Let's take that one. Poison damage and some stats. I'll take them. All right, let's just let it fly here. Yeah, man, they are just shredding it. Let's check out my crappy rock that I'll never use. Not a bad rock, but it's a rock. Nobody can make a decision on where you should spend your money. Scog, is there any reason to spend any more money in DD2? Like, do you have your inventory space? I mean, if not, there's no real reason to give them any money. If you haven't played DDA yet, then you haven't experienced DDA. If you haven't played DD1, you haven't experienced DD1, but don't let anyone in the world, including me, tell you how to spend your money. It's your money. You earned it. You spend it where you want to spend it. Don't throw money at something just to throw money at it, though. Make sure you're going to gain something. I mean, if you have everything, then don't spend any money on it. You're just throwing it away. If you're going to do it, do that. Spend money on my cat. I'll get him like a nice litter box or something. Don't just throw money away just to throw money away. You know? You 1000% don't want to start over on PC. The first thing you got to know about DD2 is PC has the smallest player base, meaning it's the worst place for trying to find groups. And secondly, it's a mindless grind game. Why would you want to do it over again on a different platform? That makes literally no sense at all. I mean, do what you want to do. It's your experience. But since you asked me, I'm going to give you my opinion. I mean, if you're looking for something new to do, then play something new. Don't do the exact same thing on another platform. That's not doing anything new for you. In fact, that's just going to make the experience even more dull. I mean, don't limit yourself to only playing Dungeon Defenders games would be mistake number one. Have you played Orcs Must Die? That's an incredible game. Debatably much, much better designed than Dungeon Defenders games. Well, I mean, sadly, that's a thing there, Acid Spark, which is no good. But, I mean, it's got the good and the bad. Every PC game does, you know? But yeah, if you're looking for something new to do, I would suggest doing something new. You know? It's like me saying, I had a quarter pounder with cheese from the McDonald's in northern Spokane yesterday. I think I'll go down and get a quarter pounder with cheese from the McDonald's in southern Spokane today. That way I can do something new. You know, I mean... Now, like I said, don't let anybody tell you where to spend your money. You spend your money where you want to spend your money. You earned it. But, I mean, if you're looking for something new, then do something new. There's a bazillion great games out there. Lots of wonderful games to play. The game is definitely worth it. The reviews on DDA are reviews of chromatic games, not reviews of the game. Is it worth $30 for a game that you can dump at a minimum, say 400 or 500 hours into? I mean, you make that call. I got 2,000 plus hours into the game, but realistically, you could very easily get 400 or 500 hours out of the game. Is that worth $30 to you? 99%, or not 99%, but a bunch of the reviews on Steam are reviews of the company, not the game. It's one of the problems with reviews is the majority of them are bullshit. You look at DD2 right now, it's got a bunch of bullshit, false, fake positive reviews that are so blatantly obvious copy-pasted. And then you look at DDA, it's got people reviewing the company because people hate the company. And they have for the last decade, even though it's been, what, 3 different companies over the course of the last decade? So you're not really getting reviews of the game. Yeah, the wife always knows the best place to spend the money. Episode 2 is not coming soon, David. I don't know what part of that you got out of any of this, but no. Episode 2 is in the same place it's been. It'll be here by the end of the year. This is a pre-Episode 2 update, the update based off of our surveys and whatnot. The Episode 2 update is not any closer, sadly. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's closer, but you know what I mean. It's not crazy closer. Well, I mean, I am pretty confident they'll get it out by the end of the year, but I mean, that's just such an absurd amount of time, you know? Oh, no. It's all good. I just didn't want to mislead you. If I said something that misled you, I didn't want to do that to you. But they're not about the game. If you look at them, they're talking about Chromatic did this, Chromatic did that. That's complaining because they don't like the company, not complaining because they don't like the game. Like, there's probably a dozen reviews that talked about changing the tower rates. Now, mind you, that dozen reviews came from 4 players or whatever. You can tell so much of it is copy-pasted. That wasn't people that's pissed off about the game because they didn't keep playing the game to check it. That's people that are pissed off because Chromatic did something that they didn't want them to do. You know? And admittedly, Chromatic has made a bazillion terrible mistakes. And Trendy before that. So I'm not saying any of those are wrong. A review of the company would be very, very negative. There is no doubt about it. If you ask yourself the basic question, is the game worth $30? Answer that question. And that's the question nobody answers on Steam reviews. And then it comes down to it. What is your expectation? I mean, you can very easily put several hundred hours into the game. Is several hundred hours of entertainment for a $30 game worth it to you? And no one can answer that for you. You're the only one. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I talk mad trash about the things Chromatic have done and Trendy before that all the time. Literally all the time. And here I am playing the game. So was it enough of a problem for me to abandon the franchise and never play it again? Well, I mean, it wasn't. But let me tell you, Bungie pissed me off, and I will not touch Destiny 2 again, even though I really, really enjoyed the game and had a blast playing it. They irritated the shit out of me, and I will not touch their game. So it's, you know, it's all comes down to the personal emotions, personal investment, and the personal opinion at that point. I'm pissed off because, well, the last update I played was like 3 expansions ago, where they had this stupid ass ghost lady with where it was like the same cutscene through the entire thing with a different voiceover. I can't remember which update it was called. It was after Forsaken was great. It was after that. I can't remember which update it was. Well, I mean, playing with your friends is greater than all. Shadowkeep. It irritated me that Shadowkeep had such shoddy content additions added into it for a premium price. And that irritated me a little. And I kind of stopped playing after I played through it. But then when they started vaulting content that you had to pay for, that threw me over the edge. And like, there's been like 5 times where I've been about to download Destiny 2 and start playing it again. Because I enjoyed the game. I did have fun. And I've got a lot of friends that play it. But just off of that principle alone, I can't do it. Now, Chromatic has done far worse than that, but I guess my personal investment is higher, where it hasn't enraged me enough to uninstall all Dungeon Defenders games and never play them again. You know, so that's where it comes around to your own personal investment and your personal situation, you know. God, we got mad upgrades here. And there, just the excuse for it was bad. It's like, you're making all this money and you're telling me that you can't get the game to run without taking things away? I mean, you got to reinvest some of that money, right? All that Bungie money goes to cocaine and hookers. It doesn't go back into the game. There, now there's my unbiased, unknowing, and obviously don't really know where their money goes, but it definitely doesn't feel like it goes back into their product in any way. And I mean, hell, it's one of the most played games on Steam, right? I'm not going to go back to Destiny 2 for the campaign at all. Although I did feel like the campaigns, the stories going through the campaign weren't terrible. Until you get to that stupid, crazy lady with the same cutscene over and over again. That, needless to say, infuriated me to no end. Right now, though, I've got such an enormous amount of games to play. I mean, I keep wanting to dip back into Path of Exile, and I want to test out the Diablo 3 PTR a little bit more. But I've just literally got a massive, massive list of games to play right now, and not enough time to play them. You know? I played around with a bunch of different DH and Barb and Necro builds. And then last night I popped back on and played around with the changes to Strafe where you don't require a bow. And tried that Impale Strafe build out a little bit. It was actually quite bland playing. It didn't feel... I mean, it felt great. It was powerful, but it just seemed really... I don't know. There's nothing super exciting about it, you know? So I think I'm going to end up going Barb this upcoming season. I mean, I don't know when I started playing games. I've always played games in some form or another my entire life. I started doing YouTube, well, next month is 10 years. I started on YouTube 10 years ago. I tried doing it as a job about 5 years ago, but failed miserably and ended up spending all of my savings. So now my job is I drive for Uber. And I actually was teaching a craps class at a casino up until a month and a half ago, but now I drive for Uber and I do this on the side. I mean, obviously I want it to be a full-time thing, but it's just not, you know, you can't make a living off doing something like this. Unless you're big. Well, I mean, it's the downside of making content of niche games. You know, if you're hard, stubborn on doing nothing but covering games that have no player base whatsoever, you got to expect those results. But I love the games, you know? I like action defense games. I like tower defense games. So I'm playing the games I like, but it's not games people watch. To an extent. I have quite a few people that refuse to watch anything I do other than Dungeon Defenders 2. And they don't care about me personally. They could give a shit. All they care about is Dungeon Defenders 2. Is it better than Dungeon Defenders 2? Probably not. Is it worth playing? Absolutely. I've got people that will dislike a video without even watching it just because it's a Dungeon Defenders game. Or just because it's not a Dungeon Defenders game. And on the same note, I've got other people that have offered to pay me to not play another Dungeon Defenders game ever again. Now, if they would have offered me a little bit more, I wouldn't be playing a Dungeon Defenders game right now, but it wasn't enough money. But yeah, it's very mixed. I mean, I'm grateful for everyone who comes out and watches the streams and stuff like that, but I mean, they're the majority, the vast majority of like my YouTube subscribers will not watch anything I do unless it's Dungeon Defenders. And then they'll usually complain about it. So I am very grateful for all of y'all that come and hang out and watch streams and watch other things. See, here's where you got to start watching when you get to the point where the Jinn are going or making it through. And I mean, there's nothing else I can add. Everything is pretty much fully upgraded, but everything's taking a ton of damage. I will say for any aspiring content creators out there, because I do get quite a lot of messages that are super excited about starting creating Dungeon Defenders content, get that shit out of your fucking head and get it out of your head right goddamn now. Because if you want to do that and you actually want to grow a channel, you are doing the wrong thing. Period. You know, there's a lot of people out there that are under the assumption that like I am rolling in the dough. And let me tell you, if I showed you guys my monthly statements from YouTube and Twitch, there would be quite a few LOLs and quite a few ROFLs going on in the chat. Because it is not a bunch of money, I assure you. I mean, it's not enough money to pay my bills. That's why I have to drive for Uber, you know? You can stand and see all the Jinn? Absolutely. So, anyway, if you're an aspiring content creator and want to get started with content, my suggestion to you would be get good at a competitive game. Because people like to watch people play competitive games, and more importantly, people like to watch people that are good at them. So start playing competitive games and get good at them. And if you really, really love a game and you want to make content about it, even though the game has a super, super small player base, realize that you're digging yourself into a hole where you won't be able to play games you want to play just because you want to play them and still have people watch them. So it's a few things that people just have to understand. When you start off playing Minecraft or whatever, and then you decide you want to play other stuff, you got to be very, very big before people are going to watch your non-Minecraft content, you know? Not really. Shadow Shot. Well, the DD2 summoner was just a straight disappointment, so I don't want any of that. I would rather see more DD1 type summoner than DD2. I mean, there will be DD2 summoner stuff in there, but compared to DD1, the Abyss Lord is just a raw disappointment. So, I mean, I would prefer them have none of that. I mean, it's got to have archers, right? I mean, archers are just a must. I like the spiders and getting some crowd control in there. You know, of course, we all ended up using archers as walls, but it was nice to have the big orc walls. More importantly, the thing I just don't know whether or not they're going to be able to capture is, you know, people really, really liked Overlord mode in DD1. Is that even remotely a possibility or something that's just not going to happen? And I could see it going either way. Like, it might just not even be an option and they don't want to do Overlord mode. But Overlord mode was pretty liked. Overlord mode is the reason that the summoner in DD2 is named the Abyss Lord. The creator, the designer of that item, Daniel Haddad, actually did a interview kind of belittling the entire Dungeon Defenders community after that update, and explained that, you know, if you're bringing back a returning hero that was a fan favorite, but you just can't do the things you want to do, just change the name of it. You know, that if that interview would have went more public, people would have threw a fit. No part of it really sucks. Harpoons will never be like DD1 harpoons, Jockle, in any Dungeon Defenders game. That was a thing of wonder, mystery, and grandeur that only exists in Dungeon Defenders 1. They'll just never meet that. There's some cool things. I mean, it's really small, really, in its overall scale. There's pet transmogs, which is super, super cool. There's the quality of life from smart upgrading and repairs for like aura and trap stacks, which is really, really cool. The balance changes with towers. You know, the trap stuff is usable now. As you can see, harpoons are much more usable now. They still feel like they need a little bit more, though. I mean, not right now. Like, right now, they're shredding, and I think that's the challenge with, like, harpoons. I mean, they're just destroying this Nightmare map, and it's my first Nightmare survival run. But on Massacre, they're not quite as good. I mean, they do really good, but they're not quite as good to make them like a main damaging defense or whatever for like a bonus wave. I don't think they'll do any new towers, though. 90 on the Summoner remake. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think they'll do any new ones. I mean, I guess the Ramster's kind of cool looking. I wouldn't be upset if the Ramster made it in. I think that Summoner rework will bring some Dungeon Defenders 1 players into the game to try it out for the first time. So I also think it's really, really important that they fix the area of the game that have poor replay value, or those people that the Summoner brings into the game they're going to quickly offend, you know? Well, there is no Overlord mode, is what's up with the Abyss Lord. They couldn't get Overlord mode to work in DD2. So, yeah, the Summoners from Dungeon Defenders 1, absolutely. It's probably one of the biggest fan favorite heroes from DD1. I mean, I'm guessing. No, I don't. I like Dungeon Defenders 2 art style way better than DDA. I think that was a big mistake, choosing this art style. People were very vocal about it from right at the beginning, and they still went with it. I don't necessarily dislike the maps, but like, in my opinion, you can't even compare the hero animations and stuff with DD2. DD2 just looks way, way better. As far as the art style itself. Well, I mean, it's a similar art style as DD1. It's just it's different textures with all the plastic looking coating that's on everything. I mean, as far as the quality of the graphics, they're better than any Dungeon Defenders game. But if you got an art style that people aren't just drawn to and really love, it doesn't matter how shiny the lighting and shadows and textures are. It doesn't matter that these aren't just solid gray blocks like they would be in DD2. None of that matters because people don't like the art style, you know, and that's That's the challenge they have with DDA, I think. I mean, the quality is so much greater than DD2, but it's such a wildly different art style that a lot of people don't care for it. Man, I got mad loot. Mad loot in the bag. Holy crap. I think it's pretty safe to say the Poons are a wrecking house in Nightmare, though. They're just doing great. Oh, yeah, the summoner wasn't in the base game. You had to buy him. I didn't realize that was your question. I thought you meant where was the summoner originally from. Do I think the meta will change? Probably not. Not from what's there right now. I think more traps will be used. But, I mean, that's just adding to the current meta, not really changing anything. His traps are used now. It's just more traps will be used. What have been my perfect vision of a new Dungeon Defenders game would be Dungeon Defenders 1 that looks like Dungeon Defenders 2. I've been saying that for, 8 years now. Recreate the exact game, Dungeon Defenders 1, but make it look like Dungeon Defenders 2, and that would be the perfect game remaster. In my opinion. Yeah, the summoner in DD1 was the pay to win. You had to pay to get the summoner. Come on now, get up on that ogre. There we go. They're shredding him up now. That wall is actually not taking very much damage. Just a tickle. Just a little tickle. See if we get another fatty giraffe out of here. Nightmare. This will be our first nightmare giraffe. Oh my god. Yeah, I'd say that's an upgrade, huh? Jesus. That's more than my current stats. 149, 421, and 168. Okay, it's not more than my current, but it's damn near more than my current. Holy shit. Same stats as the godly one? Yeah, man, that's why you can't judge a book by its cover, man. Just because it's godly doesn't make it better, you know? 45 million XP for an hour and 15 minutes. Obviously, that's a full run. Not the best use of your time, but you got to unlock it. All right, so next up, we will be completing the Nightmare campaign. Because, of course, we can't do Massacre until we beat the summit on Nightmare. Which means we got to go through the Nightmare campaign. However, that is going to get it for me for today. It's not going to be exactly like they were, but yeah, they have said they want to do something with builder pets. It's not going to be just a stacked stick like it was before. It'll be something else. But anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful week. I will be live again tomorrow and possibly even late tonight over on Twitch. But it won't be a Dungeon Defender stream. It'll be something else. Additionally, anybody that's playing DD1 and wants to get in on that event that's going, it requires doing a public game. So I figure we might as well put 4 people together to do a public game for it. Make sure to hit me up on Discord. I want to try to get that going later on tonight. But anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful week. And I will see you all next time. Take it easy.